Well, they have to bat better. I think they have good bowling, and the bowling can restrict the TNT Red Force. I think if they get runs on the board and they bat really well, they could really push and test this Red Force team. The TNT Red Force hasn't been tested yet. This could be the day.
Well, they'll need to get Darren Bravo out early as well. What a knock that was in that key match against Barbados, the final group game. 139 not out he made off just 113 balls. His highest list A score in his 198th game. It was fantastic innings, wasn't it? But one thing that maybe is underestimated with Bravo is his power. He's got effortless power, hasn't he, to hit the ball out the ground.
Well, to be honest with you, Matt, I mean, I've been saying it through commentary the last game about his six-hitting ability. And if he can bat through that second phase of the game and go to the end, especially in that third power play, you would see a six-hitting ability, which we saw in that last game. So I wasn't surprised. And now with someone like Nicholas Purran, who would bat through that middle, they can be a dangerous side. So Guyana have a lot of work cut out for them in this game.
The other thing they'll need to do is figure out a way of playing Sunil Narine. 4 wickets against Barbados in that game for 13 runs. He was almost unplayable at times. Curtly, we're used to the new Narine, the older Narine, being a bit more tight, not turning the ball as much. But he was ragging it square both ways. Was this like the old Narine?
He's always been a tremendous bowler. Even though his action have changed slightly over the years, he's still a dangerous and effective bowler. What I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters will have to do, maybe show a little more intent to score against him. If you allow him to settle into a rhythm and a groove, then it's problems. Go after him early and see what happens. Put him under some pressure and see how he responds. If they don't do that, then it's going to be trouble.
Well, one thing that might have worked out for Guyana is Shimron Hetmeyer's form. He wasn't picked in their final group game, but the last minute he had to come into the 11 unexpectedly because of an injury. Responded with 62 not out off 53 balls. This is almost a bit of luck they needed, because he might not have played in this game had he not come in and played this inning.
Well, he came in and played a splendid innings. I mean, something that the Harpy Eagles probably would have wanted throughout the season. And he's getting into form now, and they would like to see him continue that into this semi-finals to even get them into that finals to even winning the trophy. So it would be really good for them. So him in form, really good for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
In that game, they batted him at 4 and Rutherford at number 5. Rutherford is batted number 7 in some of the games. Is that a better balance for you? Hetmeyer at 4, him at 5?
I believe so. It just depends on the kind of start that the Harpy Eagles get. If they're off to a flyer and scoring really well, you need to keep that momentum. But at the same time, I just believe that the Harpy Eagles will have to show more intent to score. Not only against Narine, but all the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. Because if you allow them to dictate, you're going to be trouble. It's tough to come back. You've got to go after them early.
Yeah, and Ghana will have to bat first. They've been put in. We've got some good news for you, because outside, as I look out there, the covers are almost fully off, so we should be starting fairly shortly. These two teams, the most successful in the history of this tournament. Who's going to go through to the final?
It's must-win territory for these two teams in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, still undefeated, take on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who lost the toss and were asked to bat first. Just the one change for the Red Force in this semi-final one. They've gone with the extra seamer today in Jaden Seals, who makes his return after a couple of matches. The Harpy Eagles unchanged. So new captain Tevin Imlat will continue to lead them. But based on what we've seen from the rivalry over the years, it should be a captivating encounter between these two teams. And to help us get through these first couple of overs, Samuel Badri's alongside me. How important will Tej Narine Chandapal be?
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. Very important. He's come into some form in that last game against the Scorpions. Scored an important half-century for his team to get them here. Remember, they had to win that game and get additional bonus points in order to qualify in the 4th position. They're here now. Objective 1 achieved, get into the semi-final. And as you rightly mentioned, anything can happen once you're here. Presentation from a member of the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Arjun Ramlal, also a director to Cricket West Indies, to Sunil Narine. Remember, Sunil Narine announced his retirement from international cricket a couple of days ago. Last represented the West Indies team in 2019. Such a phenomenal performer in white ball cricket and franchise leagues around the world. Has 6 test matches to his name, so he's represented the West Indies in all formats. Nice little tribute paid to him by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Confirmation of the points table at the end of the group stage. Red Force at the top of the pile, 51 points. Pocketed handsome little change for getting there. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Barbados Pride and Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tomorrow we'll see semi-final 2. The Hurricanes against the Pride. Another blockbuster on the cards. Last minute instructions from Darren Bravo to his troops as they head out there. Won the toss, remember, and they decided to bowl first. Slight delay in the start of play. We had a little sprinkling of a shower earlier on, so we won't start promptly at 1 p.m. Just a few minutes. Hopefully, that's the end of it. Yeah, the best of 77 in that last game, so that will give him some confidence. He has his style of play, and I suppose his particular function in this team. The last time they won this tournament, Nikhil, was way back in 2005, 2006, when his father was captain of the Guyana team. Once Narine Chattergoon scored a century in that game. Kevin Sinclair, like we saw in the last game, given the responsibility to open the batting once again.
And Tej was very aggressive in that last encounter against the Red Force, but circumstances were very different. They needed 290 on that day here at the BLCA, correction, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now they have to set a total, and they'll have Shannon Gabriel, who's only taken 2 wickets after 15 a season ago. He will need to get into the wickets early. Jaden Seals back into the squad today, into the 11 batters. What do you make of that change? They've went with the 4 spinners for the last couple of matches, but no Carey Pear today.
Yeah, I'm really heartened to see this man on the field. I was a little bit taken aback when he didn't play in a couple of the games. He is, of course, a member of the senior team, the West Indies team, that is. And I want to see him and what he can do in this particular semi-final. I suppose they've seen the impact and the effect of spinners in this tournament. The leading wicket takers in the tournament are all spinners. And the conditions that they've come up against and had to operate on, they felt that spin might have been the way. But I'm glad to see him in operation in semi-final 1.
It'll be Gabriel v. Chandapal for this first delivery. There's a slight delay. Yeah, I wonder how much conditions. There's a new surface. Been a long time since we've been on pitch number 6. Would have played a part into Bravo's mind in that addition of a seamer. Seals has also got Chanapal out in that game earlier this year. So it will be interesting to see that matchup from the other end if he opens the bowling. First ball, we're ready for semi-final one. False alarm.
Well, it seems as though Gabriel isn't ready for the first ball. He'll have to reload that one. Very much a rhythm bowler, Shannon Gabriel. And if he doesn't get everything right in his run-up and his approach, he tends to just stray. Very labored approach to the crease, and even after delivery, takes his time back to get to his mark. He usually takes a lot of time to complete his over. Relies on a raw pace. Doesn't do too much with the ball in terms of swing, but he's had a lot of success with his ability.
I want to build on that, Samuel, because you look at Gabriel and what he did really well a season ago for the Red Force was this new ball bowling, but at the back end, I think back to the semi-final against the Pride when he got the 4 wickets, majority of them were in the last 10. But I'm looking at his spells this year, 5 overs in each of the last 4 games is the maximum he's bowled. He's not bowled more than 5 overs in any game this season, and he's played every single one. I don't know if that's tactical, is that fitness? What's been the thinking behind the usage of Gabriel?
Yeah, that's a really good question and a good observation from Shannon Gabriel and the way he's been utilized. Again, it will all redound to the success that Darren Bravo has had from his spinners. Let's look at that. The most he's bowled, as you rightly pointed out, has been 5 overs. Consistently, he's bowled 5, and only the 2 wickets. So again, one of the reasons perhaps why Darren Bravo hasn't turned to him beyond those 5 overs. A sprinkling of supporters in here today. The home team, of course, in operation, looking for another title to add to their tally. And just to build on that earlier point about the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would be the first team since the Barbados franchise, since 2014, to have all 3 tournaments, all 3 regional tournaments, if we include the CPL, in 1 year. They are, of course, the regional 4-day champions, and they have been quite successful in that format. They've won 6 of the last 8 regional 4-day tournaments. So in red ball play, they have been exceptional. It's the Super 50, the 50-over tournament, and prior to this season, the T20 tournament, where they've historically struggled.
First runs off the bat for Chanapal and for the Harpy Eagles. So many factors to discuss. We'll talk about the toss in the next over, giving you, the viewers, something to look forward to. But this is important. Consistency. Always hear winning is a habit. 8 titles for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 10 for the Red Force. And look at the semi-final appearances right up there. Sorry, correction. Those wins in that right column is the semi-final wins, but still, winning is still a habit. They've gotten into finals, they've given themselves a chance. What about Kevin St. Clair at the top of the order, Samuel?
Yeah, we saw them utilize that tactic in the earlier game against the Scorpions, and I felt that that was perhaps in an attempt to get the bonus point in power play 1. because they needed 4 points in addition to the win to get to the semi-final. Now that they've persisted with that, we've spoken about his ability to bat at the top of the order. He started off his career in club cricket in Guyana. He's come from Rose Hall Town as an opening batter, so it's not unfamiliar to him.
Two for none. Three genuine seam options in that Red Force team with the inclusion of Seals. Interesting that the Harpy Eagles only really have Nell Smith. Rutherford is a part-time option who we saw bowl in Newell in the last game. Speaking of seam, Jaden Seals from that southern end.
Yeah, usually swings the ball into the left-handers, away from the right-handers. A very good technique he has. Not too long ago, he became the youngest West Indian to take a 5-wicket haul against Pakistan at Sabina Park. Played for the West Indies under 19s in that 2020 tournament in South Africa and has graduated quite quickly to higher honors. 10 test matches already under his belt, Jaden Seals. And there you go, some swing immediately. He's bowling from the southern end. And the wind here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with its open eastern side allows the breeze to blow from left to right of screen. Well, from right to left rather. So that ball will be swinging into the left-handed Tejnaran Chandapal. So he'll be looking to get him out LBW or perhaps to go through the gate baton pad.
He's using that wind to his advantage, and it's no surprise that he's gone with this tactic early over the wicket across Chandapal, Sam, because early in the tournament he used the wind as well from that end similarly and was able to bring a ball back in, challenge the paths of Chandapal and got him LBW after Chandapal got off to a strong start, scoring square of the wicket.
He started off consistently. Good line, good length, and just a smidgen of movement. The wicket that you were referencing. And Nikhil, have a look at it. Yeah, just straight in front. Absolutely no doubt about that one. Pitches in line and strikes him in line. So he would have that memory fresh in his mind, both the batter and the bowler. So Jaden Seals has the psychological edge over Tejnaran Chandapal at the moment. Well left, played inside the line of that delivery. It might not be immediately evident to viewers that he left this delivery, but just look at the way he pulls his bat inside the line of it. A good delivery though, but good technique.
Resolute defense to start. Harpy Eagles want to get this right. These two in the middle, this here in this first power play. They've tried many different combinations. Savory, center of screen, is tried at the top of the order. He's been tried. Kevlon Anderson, Hemraj. They want production from these two. Get them off to a good start. Maiden to start for Jaden Seals, fresh off his return, 2 without loss.
Attitude, man, attitude.
The Red Force have been very strong in this competition, and 3 of those wins have come here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A big win against the Harpy Eagles the last time they played, but it was much early in the tournament. Gabriel.
Kevin Sinclair, incidentally, is the only player in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team that has a regional Super 50 title. He played with the emerging players, I think it was in 2019 when they won that tournament. Other than him, none of the other players on this Guyana Harpy Eagles team has that accolade. Darren Bravo, on the other hand, he alone has 5 Super 50 titles. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they have quite a few players with multiple titles, Super 50 titles, that is, in their ranks.
Dropped. Sunny on the right, it was that slip. They had built pressure, prevented Chanapur from scoring, and a bit of width, he looked to score. That could be a huge chance going to begging.
Yeah, this was elementary. This was too easy. The height and the pace of it. You aren't supposed to drop that, Sunil Narine. A disappointment for Shannon Gabriel. Could have added to his tally of 2 wickets. Yeah, look at that. Usually seen him more animated than that on a drop catch, Shannon Gabriel. You don't see too many emotions from this guy anyway. Whether he gets wickets, drop catches, he's the same in terms of his demeanor.
Straying with his line to the right hand of Gabriel. But this cut shot is something that teams try to use against Chanapur. Remember that last game against Jamaica? Robin Powell placed an extra fade at point just because of how strong Chanapur is square. So it went straight to him with Seals. Now Gabriel just pushing one wide to tempt him. That was the chance. Can they get another one?
I know I'm talking a lot about titles and we're only into the semi-finals, but it's just a projection about what is possible on Saturday. Winner of this game will play, of course, in that all-important final. So many things at stake in terms of that pride of winning the regional title, but also the prize money that has been exponentially increased. Nice to see some fans in. These are the loyalists, the fans who really love this sport, and we must never discount their importance and their presence. Of course, many people aren't able to come here physically, Nikhil, but they're viewing as well. They're looking on.
And to ask you about that, Samuel, you were part of many successful wins and winning teams. Did you believe in the theory that it was good for a team to maybe lose a game? I think back to that campaign when you all won the World Cup. You lost that one game to Afghanistan, won every single other game. Did you believe, I mean, Trinidad and Tobago now are unbeaten think they maybe needed to lose one of those group stage games?
Yeah, I've heard that argument and that theory a lot of time. People talking about having a bad game, getting your bad game out of the way. You don't want to have your bad game in a semi-final and so on. I don't subscribe to that. I think if you have a game to win, you win every single time, as much as possible and as many games as possible. If you happen to have a bad game and you lose in the semi-final, then so be it. But to say to lose a game or to play not to the best of your ability to get a bad game out of the way, no, I don't subscribe to that whatsoever. So yeah, play every game to win and play to the best of your ability and the highest intensity every time you step on the field. A couple games that I've seen live prior to this, I didn't really like the intensity with which the game was played. I'm hoping that this being a semi-final and the other games to come, the intensity level rises as is required in these all-important matches. You're playing not only for yourselves, you're playing for your country. That pride and passion has to be there.
Misses length. Just a flick of the wrist from Chanderpaul. It's the first boundary of the day. 10 without loss.
Yeah, Dial! Let me move! Middle. Middle leg.
In contrast to the Red Force, it's been a roller coaster ride for the Harpy Eagles. Just 2 overs bowled by Shannon Gabriel for 9 runs. He's going off the field. I wonder if he can bowl a third from this northern end. Seals will bowl his second.
Yeah, for the right-hander, Seals has reinforcements in that slip region. He has 2 slips now because he'll be looking to swing the ball away from Kevin Sinclair and test his technique.
It's been strong over mid-on in this tournament with bat in hand. That one was on the ground from Sinclair. Earlier today, before play, a significant moment for Sunil Narine, a man that you spent a lot of years playing and working alongside Samuel Badri.
Yeah, that presentation made to him upon his announcement of retirement from international cricket. Director of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Arjun Ramlal, made the presentation. And he'll be looking to end his list A career with a win, a tournament win that is. Incidentally, Nikhil, I was just checking through the stats of players with multiple titles. Sunil Narine only has 1 Super 50 championship under his belt. That came to me as a little bit of a surprise, but many people remember the final that he played, that one that he won against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. He had some ridiculous figures, like 6 wickets for 19 runs or something like that. 6 wickets for 9 runs, I'm being told. Yeah, test matches, 65 ODIs, 92 wickets in 65 matches, 51 T20Is. So he'll be looking to go off with another title. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they stand in his way. And whoever else they meet in the final, if they get there. Already put down a catch, but you can never tell from his disposition. Always the same. 186 wickets in List A cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. He's level with Ravi Rampal for the most wickets in Super 50 cricket, 94. So 1 wicket again, and he will take that record all by himself. And you just, I suppose, think that that will happen today. 6 for 9, his best
Wow. Mid-off is brought a lot straighter for this delivery. And watching Narine as well, he's continuously flexed that right hand, those right fingers, which of course is his bowling hand, and the middle finger, index finger are his spinning fingers since he's dropped that catch. Hasn't gone off the field, which is a positive sign. Hopefully it hasn't had a detrimental impact on him. He will be important. That's 93 that we talk about, Samuel. It's been good from Seals, though. Watching his rhythm, consistency on a good length. The length that he's gained so much success at the test level. Seems fired up. He's spent a few games outside of the team. It's almost made him hungry for this. With that slip in place, both these seamers have had a very wide, deep third for Chanderpaul. He likes the cut, also a backward square because he does hook as well. Very strong square. Showing good restraint at the moment. 13 without loss.
Come on! Gotta keep moving, boys!
Judging on history, Hetmeyer and Rutherford, they could be the keys for that Harpy Eagles batting lineup, and they'll hope the openers can give them a good start. Terrence Hines, edge straight away, and reward straight away for Hines.
Kevin Sinclair doesn't make an impact once again. Wide delivery, slashes at it, and Nicholas Puran does the rest. And what a start. Terrence Hines just letting everyone know where he is and who he is. A disappointing dismissal for Kevin Sinclair. Goes for 4, 13 for 1.
Skipper Tevin Imlach has had a decent tournament, but will want to build on those starts in a semi-final encounter under some pressure early. He's timed that one well. Interesting move from Bravo as well. It's only the 7th over that Hines has bowled in the first 10 overs in the tournament.
Yeah, but what a start. Almost a genius move from Darren Bravo. Shannon Gabriel bowled the first delivery of his over and gets the wicket. Not the best delivery, but perhaps the best result for Terrence Hines and for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Gotten a few wickets going wide. Think back to Hetmeyer. Now he's got Sinclair. Just bowling full and wide. Probably will want to bowl a bit better than that, but nonetheless, you said something that got the result. And we've often seen this celebration from him and Akil Hussain carry pair at times. It's from a song that Pop Can sings called St. Thomas Native. Just indicating that they've come from the bottom and they worked their way up to this level. So in the CPL as well.
There's so many wonderful stories, backstories from these players where they've come from, the sacrifices that they've made to make it and for their respective national teams, not only in Trinidad Tobago and Guyana, but for all the teams in the region. It goes to show of the persistence that's needed, the sacrifices that are made from their parents, from their coaches, from they themselves, all the way up to get to this level. And I'm sure this is not the plateau. They want to represent the West Indies team for those who haven't as yet. And that's the ultimate goal.
Found the edge again, but this time didn't carry to Senior Narine. Imlap off the mark.
Another convincing way to get off the mark, but he'll take it nonetheless. Didn't carry, didn't really go too hard at it, Tevin Imlap, to his credit. Still pushed. An awkward bounce for Sunil Narine, who doesn't get anything behind it.
Success in Hines' first over, 17 for 1.
Challenging that 4-5
The struggles continue for the opening partnerships of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Gabriel's back on the field. Seals his ball, 2 really good overs, been consistent on a good length, and he's gone across Chanapal, but it has the ability to bring the ball back in with the wind. Seen a lot of teams in this tournament up the intensity with the innovation of the bonus points in the first 10. Hasn't really phased the Harpy Eagles. I just wonder, Samuel, if they believe with the power that they have of Rutherford and Hetmeyer, that maybe for the first 20 overs they can play it safe, minimize risk, and just keep wickets in hand, because it's not like we've seen the intent. They've been content with pushing the ball around and starting slowly and building gradually. Again, very strong on the cut, and he's been given with, he's accepted.
Yeah, he's unfazed by the earlier attempt where he was dropped and slipped with this particular shot against Shannon Gabriel. That was, this time, in control, gets on top of the bounce and hits it where he wants to. Gets himself a boundary. So a little bit too wide from Jaden Seals, but you can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get that one to go across Chanderpaul. Most of his deliveries were swinging back in. You have a good question with regard to the approach in that first 10 overs, Nikhil. And I'll say that your approach is dictated by the personnel that you have. So yes, you have the system where there are points available in the first 10 overs, not in a semi-final, of course, but in the group stage, where you get a certain amount of runs, you lose a certain amount of wickets, and you get a point. But you also have the personnel to play that style of cricket. For the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the way they play, or their top order play, is a little bit different. So they aren't necessarily looking for that type of expressive start. You look at some other teams, they might get off to a flyer and then look to consolidate thereafter. They consolidate up front and then back the lower and middle order to accelerate in the back end. So it's different styles, I suppose, to get a winning result based on the personnel that you have at your disposal.
And since the boundary a couple of deliveries ago, slip has gone out into an extra point in the offside. So that's opened up another opportunity for Chanderpaul to score.
Yes, 7 wickets in the power play now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's an area where they haven't done particularly well, getting wickets up front. We all know the importance of getting wickets at any stage of the innings, but it's more important to get them up front and put the opposition under pressure early.
Now this battle continues to be captivating. Seals versus Chanderpaul, 0-0 at the moment, 21 for 1.
Six overs gone, 21 for 1. Guyana in this first semi-final against the home side, Trinidad and Tobago. It's been a watchful start. Edge gone. Second dismissal for Hines, and they've both been very, very similar. This one bounced a bit. Afternoon, Kesrick.
Well, Matt, just as we're about to sit down, we brought that energy, I guess, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Hines again with a bit of celebration as well. Loving it. Really good work here from the Red Force. Good start. Tevin Imlach is gone for 4. Score is now 21 for 2.
Shimron Hetmeyer walks to the crease at number 4, not having his best tournament, but his best innings was played in the last group game, the must-win game against Jamaica. Got the side over the line. This is why he's there. Golden arm for Terence Hines. A couple of short wide deliveries. This one bounced a little bit more. 2 cut shots, 2 edges, 2 wickets, and 2 celebrations. He'll take that. That one, probably a better ball slightly than the one that got Sinclair, just because it was a bit closer and it bounced more. Just a change in the field. And we've got a dog on the pitch again, just having a roll around on the CG United logo. Got a bit of an itch, I think. No, they're going to bowl anyway. Nice way to get off the mark, Hetmeyer. Went a long way across, and he's timed that beautifully. Big open space out there towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to be an easy 3. So they've started slowly here, Guyana, as you heard Samuel Badri and Nicola Timchandani discussing. That's the way they like to build in the first 10 overs. They're not a side that go hard. They start slowly and like to keep wickets in hand and then go harder at the end. But overall in this competition, they're the second worst batting side in terms of runs per over. And the problem when you start like this, and you're going at under 4 and over, is that if you lose wickets, you've gone nowhere. So then you're attacking players when they come in. A, they're coming in early, and B, they're coming in with a score not on very many. So they've done neither of the things they would have wanted so far. Picks out the man.
I like the fact that Samuel mentioned the personnel who you have in your team that will help you to get to certain scores, especially with the bonus points being implemented. According to having a team, you may win that first power play, the second or the last. In Guyana's case, as he mentioned earlier, they may not be able to win as much games in the first power play with the start that they have been getting throughout the tournament, and obviously the personnel who they have at the start. But then when you look in power play 3, the players that they have that can finish games for them, like Sherman Hetmeyer, Womarius Shepherd when he's here, and Rutherford, Moti as well, can really play a part in that third power play. So some teams may win at different phase of the game, which we usually have problems in the second phase here in this tournament. So they would have to do a lot in this second phase to get a good total here against this Trinidad team.
Just can't pierce the infield at the moment. Chanderpaul does like the cut shot. Now the issue though that they have, Guyana, is that generally the most expensive bowlers have been by far and away the seamers. Gabriel, Seals, Hines. The spinners, Narine, Akil Hossain, Pierre when he's played, even Carrier, have been very hard to get away, particularly Narine and Hossain. Very economical, those two. So if you don't get ahead of the game against the seamers, it's going to be very hard to turn that around when Narine and Hossain come on. It's been a good start for Trinidad and Tobago. 24 for 2.
Now in 19 down, eh? Now we wait, Tyler, we wait. But checking my overs. Yeah.
Three bowlers used so far. Terence Hines, the golden arm, has picked up the 2 wickets. Speaking of golden arms, they don't get much more golden than that one. 16 wickets so far in this competition. Look at that average, 9.56. And look at that economy as well, 2.89. He's been absolutely brilliant, having announced that this is going to be his last List A tournament ever. What a way it would be to go out if he can lead his side to another trophy. They're 14th in total. And this is going to be a fascinating matchup, isn't it, Kesrick? Narine v Hetmeyer.
What a servant he has been to Trinidad cricket. Obviously still going to apply his trade around the world. But boy, would they miss him. Good season so far. Brilliant. I'm not really surprised that he came on this early. They try to keep them down. Don't let them get off to that start. And obviously to try to create that opportunity to get a Hetmeyer out. If they see the back of Hetmeyer now, they will be very happy.
Start with a long off straight away for Hetmeyer, which is interesting. He is the kind of batter that will take on fielders on the boundary early in his innings. Not too bothered. He does go up and over the offside very well.
Oh, yes, Sonny, yes, Sonny. You're warm, King. External Westwell for 10 runs. Jay, Dan. Jay, stay off a bit, right? Come off a bit. Bravo.
Narine really got the ball to talk, didn't he, in that game against Barbados? It was zipping around both his off spinner and his carrom ball. Lot of turn, but that was under lights. This is in the day, different pitch as well. Can he get the same sort of purchase? If he does, he's going to be seriously dangerous.
Oh!
Not too much as yet.
Sweet LR, sweet LR, sweet LR.
When you have a player like Sunil Narine bowling in the manner in which he bowled in the last game, and then Akil Hussain backed him up brilliantly, you're always going to run into problems as a batting side. You'll have to find a way to score off his good deliveries.
Had a chance to get some runs there. That was drifting down the leg side, but it doesn't take advantage. It's a maiden for Narine. How many times have we said that? 24 for 2. Sherfane Rutherford due in next. A man who already has 100 to his name in this competition. He's going to be a key wicket. Kevlon Anderson, Savoury, both frontline batters. The dogs finally left the pitch. What a relief that is. Number of a few dogs that are local to this stadium. They've invaded the pitch a few times, had a roll around, added a bit of colour. Yeah, he's on his way. He's had enough now. He's had his time in the sun. So Hines has picked up 2 wickets. Kesri, you wouldn't say either wicket was an outstanding delivery. What is it that's been causing the issues for the right-handers so far, do you think?
Not really sure what's causing the problem here, Matt, because both deliveries was delivered with a bit of wit on it. You would expect early in the innings that batters would want to play the ball a bit closer to them and leave these balls that's a bit wider. But the thing about Terence Hines all season, he haven't really picked up much wickets. But the wickets that he has picked up over the season is important wickets, and at the right time as well. So he has picked up some crucial wickets throughout the tournament.
He's actually been the pick of the fast bowlers this year for Trinidad and Tobago. Seals and Gabriel have both been expensive, haven't taken many wickets at all. Hines at the moment has 6. He's the leading wicket taker of the seamers of TNT. Can bowl at the death as well. Oh, what a catch! My God, what have we just seen? That's the catch of the tournament from Terence Hines. Just stuck a big right mitt out, and it's stuck right in the middle.
Take out your cameras, Matt, because this is just beautiful. Stuck out that right hand. What a catch. Celebration as always. Love this celebration. It's all to his mum. No, she's looking down on you. She's smiling. Hetmeyer is gone for 3. Score is now 25 for 3.
Sherfen Rutherford is being held back. It's Kemal Savory who comes to the crease. 69 runs this season, average just 17, best of 35. Has been known to be used as an opener in the past. He's in the middle order at the moment. He's facing a bowler with his tail up. Terence Hines has just been magnificent from ball one. Picked up a wicket with his first delivery. He's picked up 2 more, including the coup de grace, the last one. An unbelievable screamer of a one-handed catch. He's going to start over the wicket to Savory. Slip in. Oh, Nick, and again, would you believe it? Can't believe what I'm seeing here. Terence Hines is having an absolute field day. He's got 4.
Matt, I'm a bit speechless at the moment because this is some fantastic cricket from the Red Force. Another one for Terence Hines. And there we have the celebration again. We're getting so accustomed to the celebration here, Matt. Got me out of my seat here, Terence Hines. Savory is gone without scoring. The score is now 25 for 4.
Kevlon Anderson is the new bat right-hander, formerly of the academy, brought into the Guyana setup for this competition. That's what he's done, 79 runs so far. Got a 32, a crucial 32 in their win over the Leewards, but what a situation to walk in to. Hat-trick ball for Terence Hines, who's got figures of 4 for 8, 2.4 overs. A lot of chat already in Kevlon's ear. Nicholas Pooran got right up close to him. So did Jason Mohammed. He's having a smile. Right, what a catch from Hines. That was to get rid of Hetmeyer, the huge wicket. And then he followed it up, went over the wicket. Really good decision to another left-hander. Nicked him off. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Oh, he goes a long way across. Has that touched something? No. But worth the appeal anyway.
I'm loving it, Matt. He always seems to pick up wickets at the right time. Always know how to pull back his team to be in control of the game. He has done it all season. 4 for 9 going across Savory. Savory could have only found the edge on that one.
It's about knowing your batters as well, isn't it? Went around the wicket to the left-handed Hetmeyer, went over the wicket to the left-handed Savory. Both of them worked perfectly. These now are Terence Hines' best ever figures in white ball cricket. 4 for 9. Of course, if the bonus point system was still relevant, he'd be well on the way to getting a bonus point for TNT. That's a good leave. There's more movement off the seam from Hines. You can't take your eyes off this. 26 for 4.
Hey, stay warm, eh? Right, you hear, right?
Highest score at the moment for Guyana is Chanderpaul's 11 not out. Look at that, 4-4-3-0 and 0 not out. It's not looking good. There's a massive rebuild to do here for the Harpy Eagles. The problem is, Sunil Narine's on. First over was a maiden. Not the easiest bowler to rebuild against. Final over of this power play. He's stretching out a long way outside off stump to play that Chanderpaul. Listen to the noise out there on the stump mics. TNT got their chest stuck out right now.
A lot of rebuilding to do here, Matt. Sunil Narine would want to get in on the action. Being in the Guyana Harpy Eagles dugout, I'm wondering what's the mindset now. When they have a fast bowler tail up 4 for 9, and then Sunil Narine is at the other end. Probably thinking all sorts, everything is going through your mind now. How should I play Sunil Narine? And how should I play Terence Hines?
That was full enough to drive from Chanderpaul. Gets down the track. The good news for them is got a relatively new ball. Narine generally has been bowling in the middle overs in this competition, not in the power play. But he was brought on because of the batters that were there. 2 left-handers, Chanderpaul and Hetmeyer, so they brought him straight into the attack. No real significant turn yet for Narine. I'd imagine they've just got to see him off, really. They just need a partnership here. Kevlon Anderson is a watchful player. He's not someone who scores really quickly on the whole. And Chanderpaul, of course, is the same. So I think they're just going to have to rebuild and just not worry too much about run rate.
King, all right, if we get to the...
Only 1 off the over. That is the end of the power play. It's 27 for 4. Sherfane Rutherford is still in reserve, but they're already running out of batters here at Guyana. Just 10 overs in to this first semi-final. It's been a sensational start by TNT. Sensational start by that man. He's got all 4 wickets so far, and now he can relax the field a bit. Should he want to? So wide. They've kept just 2 fielders outside of the circle. Kept the slip in as well. Third man and fine leg. So just keep attacking, shouldn't they, in this situation?
Probably would have, as a skipper here, probably would have asked Terence Hines to bowl from over the wicket. Take out one of my cover, put him in slip. Keep going across on the ball, because he's not the type of player that plays in front of him early in his innings. Plays a lot of deliveries behind of him, so you'd want to exploit that a bit.
Crack through the gap. Chanderpaul's been trying to pierce that gap for a few balls now. Finally does it. That's right out of the middle.
Good shot. And that's what will happen if you're coming wrong. The ball is coming into him. You want to try to keep going across him, because he don't usually play the ball well going across him. But it's a great shot. Lovely shot through the covers.
Gone back over the wicket then. That's what worked for Kimol Savoury. First ball. Also, Chanderpaul was finding it much harder to pierce the infield on the offside from that angle. Kept hitting the cover and cover point fielders. We do have protection now, though. There is a deep backward point, just in case he does get it through. He goes a long way across, doesn't he, like his father, Chanderpaul. But this is what you're talking about, isn't it, Kesrick? Why you would bowl over the wicket to a left-hander.
Yeah, definitely, Matt. What happens to save it, he doesn't really get to the ball. Feet still a bit stuck. That's the thing with batters. Sometimes they think they move, but they just lift their leg and put it back down. So they need to get a bit closer to the ball. More access to the ball. When you don't get as close, you just use your hands. So it's a better ploy here for Hines. That's better. What I would have done was probably just take one of the guy out, the guy at cover, take him up, bring up that deep point, and have that slip. Because he doesn't really play the ball well in front of him early in the inning. So if you could remember, Shannon Gabriel found his edge to first slip early to Sunil Narine, but he was dropped. That's because he usually tried to use the pace to play it behind point most of the times. There you have Shannon Gabriel with that extra pace.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel's back on the pitch. He went off after bowling a couple of overs, as he often does nowadays, but he's available to bowl again. Should have had a wicket. He was unlucky, wasn't he? Chanderpaul was dropped by Narine. They could be in a real deep hole at the moment with him gone. Could be 5 down.
Sometimes you just need that luck, Matt. That could have been Shannon Gabriel did that early wicket. Drop catch by Sunil Narine. I think was an easy catch, but I didn't think he really get his hands up in time. But 4 wickets gone, 32 runs. They're still in very much control of this game.
Oh, upish. Just short of Gabriel out the middle, but didn't get to him. Let's have a look at that drop then. As I say, this could have been even worse. Pretty simple catch. He had lots of time to look at it, Sunil Narine. Chanderpaul was just on 1 at the time. Burst through the hands. Almost moved his head out the way like he was worried about getting hit.
Always a casual man. Bit too casual there, Sunil. Guess that ball did Shannon Paul for a bit of pace there. We all know Shannon Gabriel is packed with that power. Brings that energy early in his innings. But Terence Hines is doing a brilliant job here. 4 for 15. How good are those figures?
Oh, slower ball. Another decent over from Hines. 33 for 4. All about one bowler so far. Look at that. 4 overs, 4 wickets for 15. Ryan's been super tidy, as he often is. Seals and Gabriel weren't too bad either. Gabriel should have had a wicket. Bit of relief for Guyana, because Terence Hines is going off the field. I think that's just to sort his boots out. He was fiddling with them quite a bit. Had some issues with him. So Mark Dayal is back onto the field. Tell you what, if you're 12th man for Trinidad and Tobago, you've got to be quite busy, haven't you? You've got to come on fairly often with the amount that Shannon Gabriel leads at the field, and others head off at various points. We saw Darren Bravo was off the field for the whole innings after his 100. Wasn't feeling well against Barbados. So we've got Seals back into the attack, replacing Narine. They're going back to seam from that south end. Good start by Seals. He was economical. 3 overs, none for 7. Found a bit of swing as well. Almost just lets the ball hit his bat there, doesn't he, after having got across Chanderpaul. Fiddles it down to 3rd man.
As you mentioned, the 12-man duty for the Trinidad team would be very difficult. Bowlers popping on and off. But they should be happy, because with a guy like Kieran Pollard batting, when he's batting, you have to change. You have to run on ever so often. Helmet, cap, according to who's bowling. cap to spinners and helmet to fast bowlers. So you better get your running boots on when Kieran Pollard is batting.
Keeping the slip in here, I think that's a good move, Kevlon Anderson. We did see some away swing to the right-hander from Seals in his first spell. Won't swing from that length, though. Anderson's off the mark. What do you think about Jaden Seals as a white ball bowler? Kesrick, his stats not great at the moment. You can safely say his ODI career hasn't taken off yet. 10 games, just 6 wickets at 74. Economy rate is 6, so that's high. This day economy rate is also high, getting up towards 6. So lots of improvement to be made on those stats. He is only 22 years old. But do you see a white ball international bowler in him? We all know he's a very good red ball bowler.
Well, Matt, yes, we all know that, but he's still pretty young. He's pretty raw. Still think you have a lot of work to do in regards to his white ball bowling. But the fact that, I always think, the fact that you're playing red ball cricket, you can be able to play white ball cricket. It's just a matter of just hitting those line and lengths more often. You may have to do a little bit of change up because you have to come in the back end. Probably have to improve on bowling your Yorkers and stuff like that for the back end. And as I mentioned, Yorker.
Or confusion, chance for a run out, maybe. Set back was Chanderpaul, and they're going to get a run in the end. No one backing up the throw.
And as I mentioned, Yorker, who's a Yorker? But yes, Matt. Bit off balance there from T.N. Webster. But yes, he needs to work on his white ball game. You know, implement, you know, those Yorker deliveries, being consistent in terms of, you know, bowling his slow balls, because these are things that you need in the white ball format. He's already good with his line and length, obviously, from red ball cricket, and being able to have that endurance to bowl 15 and 20 overs. So he's good there. But obviously in white ball cricket, your skills means a lot, because they're gonna need you for the back end. You can't be just a white ball bowler who bowls a new ball. You have to be able to come in that middle phase of the game and contain, and also come in the back end, because you have to be able to bowl 3 spells in white ball cricket and bowl them well. And in those 3 phases of the games, you have to bowl different. Obviously at the start you will look for the nicks, hit those errors. The middle will be hard length and a little bit of variation, but in the back end, that's where you need a lot of variations.
That might be a wide. No. Good over. Seals has started well here. 4 overs, none for 10. 36 for 4. Four wickets have been taken in the first 12 overs of this Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. Trinidad and Tobago would have bitten your hand off to be in this situation, having won the toss and put them in. And now they can bring on Akil Hossain, who also, like Narine, was fantastic in the last game against Barbados Pride. The best he's bowled so far in this competition. 3 for 31 he was. He picked up 3 of the top 4 to really set up the win. Darren Bravo will be very happy, and now it's about who he brings on at the right time. He's got lots of options. I want to get Hines back on at some point when he comes back onto the field.
We can't keep Shannon there. Next over, fix up.
But it's the ball really in Guyana's court. So how are you going to score off the likes of Akil Hossain? He has spread the field at the moment. Long on and long off. Long on and long off. What do you think about that? Kesrick with Chanderpaul, not exactly the most aggressive to spin.
Yeah. He's never going to try to go over the top, to be honest. Especially the situation that they're in now. Trying to get a single looks even more difficult. But what Trinidad would have to realize is that they're playing against a team that haven't been the best in terms of scoring to the middle phase of the game, and they have been the best team to the middle phase of the game. They have actually outdone teams more than twice in the middle phase of the game. Darren Bravo, obviously the guy in charge, marshal his troop. I think he's doing a fantastic job, and with the help of Sunil Narine in this team, Jason Mohammed with his experience, I think they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I just don't see why you would give them the easy single option here. You know, you've got your foot on the throat, keep it there. Kevlon Anderson's 1 off 10. All he's got to do is push it down past the bowler. He's got another one.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
There you go. He takes the one on offer.
You gotta move there, Bravo.
It's 38 for 4.
Over, out. Over.
Exceptional start for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Won the toss and decided to bowl first. Terrence Hines has been in sublime form. Picked up all 4 of the wickets to fall so far. 4 for 15 from 4 overs. Jaden Seals from the southern end. In the gap will get 4. Very well played, very well placed by Kevlon Anderson. Good afternoon, Secretly. What a way to welcome you.
Hey, good afternoon, young Badri. A little bit on the short side from Jaden Seals. And Anderson made no mistake. Timed it well. Placed it perfectly. What will the follow-up delivery be?
Yeah, recently played one-day international cricket. Jaden Seals against India right here at the Brandlara Cricket Academy. Mentioned earlier that he's represented the West Indies in Test match cricket, also in ODIs. So he has that experience. Has already played 10 one-day internationals. Only picked up 6 wickets so far. So it's been a slow start for him in the international arena, Jaden Seals. But such a natural talent. Secretly, we first saw him a couple of years ago when he made his debut, went on to get a 5-wicket haul against Pakistan, becoming the youngest West Indian to achieve that feat. How have you seen him develop since then, and what more would you like to see from him?
He certainly is making progress. I've spoken to him quite a bit every time we get close to each other. And one thing I can say, he's willing to learn. He wants to be the best cricketer he can be. And that to me is impressive. As long as they're willing to learn, he's coachable. in terms of 50 over cricket, what I would like to see him do a little bit more is to try to contain, because he's naturally a wicket taker. He loves to take wickets. But I would like to see him just contain a little bit more in 50 over cricket, continue to build pressure, because he can bowl wicket-taking deliveries. So that's the only thing we'd like to see him do. Just contain a little bit more, and the wickets will come.
Almost tempted to go after that one. Kevin Anderson decided not to, and quite wisely so. Yeah, short delivery wide. And just look at him thinking about it and then deciding in the nick of time to pull his bat away. So a couple of his teammates already dismissed with some wide deliveries going after them. Doesn't want to suffer the same fate. Another short delivery. All fours at the moment. 14 overs gone, 44 for 4. It's quite hot and humid, so an opportunity for everyone to have a Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies versus England. That series impending starts in December, on December 3rd. 3 ODIs and 5 T20s, something to look forward to. International cricket returns to the West Indies. Antigua for the first 2, the 3rd ODI in Barbados, and the start of the T20 leg starts there as well. Couple more in Grenada and finishes in Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And log on to that website to get your tickets. You don't want to miss out. It promises to be action-packed. 4 wickets fallen so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And all 4 of those wickets falling to Terence Hines. One opportunity went down, so Narine was the guilty party. And a couple of wide deliveries flashing after, but that catch was absolutely brilliant. Stuck the mitt out and it stuck in it. And then the very next delivery picked up another. Terence Hines was on fire. And all 4 of those batters being dismissed for single-figure scores. Savory not even getting off the mark. Tejner and Chandrapal once again leading the fight for the Harpy Eagles. Partnership of 19 so far with Anderson. And lots to do, lots of work ahead. The bowling for the Red Force, well, it has been the Terence Hines show. 4 for 15 from 4 overs. Gabriel should have had one, not to be. It's been a struggle for the Harpy Eagles with the bat throughout this tournament haven't been as productive as they would have liked. Sherman Hetmeyer hasn't had any score of real significance. Akil Hussain, 50th match for him in Super 50 cricket. Yeah, there would have been some recalibration from the Harpy Eagles just to, I suppose, plot what they want to do for the next few overs or so. But in a spot of bother, Akil Hussain has opted for a leg slip. So Narine moves from conventional slip to leg slip. And straight away the sweep, just wide off the fielder. Matt Floyd was mentioning a little bit earlier secretly about the field placement, particularly for the left unorthodox against someone like Kevlin Anderson. He has a sweeper, long on, long off, deep backward square. Are you thinking along the lines like Matt, an additional fielder or maybe even two to cut that single, or some other avenue of placing pressure, even a bat pad perhaps?
At 45 for 4. I wouldn't want to see too many players on the boundary. So I'm in agreement with Matt. You have to keep that pressure. Sustained pressure is what it calls for at this point. I think Captain Darren Bravo is a little bit too defensive minded with the position that they're in now. Clean him up. What a delivery. Akil Hussain. And the wars continue for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the fielders are. If the bowler is able to do something like this, excellent delivery, should have been perhaps on the front foot for that one. Kevlin Anderson beats him, all ends up on another familiar celebration. Got a few wickets in the last game, continues along his merry way. Akil Hussain, Anderson goes for 7, 45 for 5. A new batter for the Harpy Eagles, Rutherford, has been in some good form, a 50 and a century already, best of an unbeaten 105. Let's look at where this delivery pitched. Anderson perhaps premeditating to be on the back foot. And just on the top of off. Excellent delivery from Akil Hussain, bringing the stumps into play. Completely flummoxed Anderson. A rescue job needed. Can Rutherford provide that bit of rescue? Still has that leg slip. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square forward. A new batter. And changes back, goes to regulation slip.
That was a full pitch delivery. Kevlin Anderson should have been on the front foot. He didn't and paid the price. I reckon, young Badri, that deep mid wicket should come into the circle. If Rutherford wants to take a chance and go over the top, let him do so. It's 45 for 5. Why the defensive field?
finds the gap. Very risky from Sherfin Rutherford. A sublime stroke to get off the mark.
A little bit of width was on offer. Early in line, Akil Hussain. And with a leg slip in place, I thought he was going to bowl a little bit closer or a little bit straighter for that matter.
Run out opportunity, both batters at one end will be dismissed. Lots of confusion. The throw came to the wrong end from Shannon Gabriel, but it was good enough for Akil Hussain to collect and then throw to the wicket keeper. And the misery continues for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Confusion, chaos, everything out there is happening.
Pressure, that's what pressure does. A bit of indecision. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And then he was gone. Not even in the frame. Jubilation for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Despair for Tejan Chandrapal. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in dire straits. 49 for 6.
Richie Lucknorth, the new batter for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they're in real trouble at the moment. 49 for the loss of 6 wickets, and it doesn't get any easier. Sullivan Narine back into the attack. And he too has opted for 4 fielders on the boundary. And you can't understand why the Trinidad Tobago Red Force are still so defensive. Sherfin Rutherford has only faced 5 deliveries now. Your premier bowler, Sullivan Narine, is into the attack. You have long on, long off, a sweep on the offside, and a square leg in position on the boundary. Get another catcher in, perhaps in gully, even a bat pad. Go for the jugular.
I couldn't agree more. Get those fielders in the circle. Continue to apply pressure. Too easy. Let Sherfin Rutherford and Richie Lucknorth go over the top if they want to. 1 or 2 boundaries would never hurt you, young Badri. At 50 for 6, you got to keep applying the pressure. 69 dot balls already. And we're into over number 16.
So only 2 fielders on the boundary for the right-handed Lucknorth. Huge shout, finger goes up. Another batsman dismissed. Lucknorth goes without scoring, inauspicious. His first innings in Super 50 cricket, and doesn't get off the mark. Sullivan Narine, the leading wicket taker now, all by himself for Trinidad and Tobago in Super 50 cricket.
Good delivery, pitched in line, came back a little bit into the right-hander. And the wicketkeeper normally give an indication of the way the ball is heading. He did the move. Richie Lucknorth on debuts, gone for naught. A golden duck, you can say. The Harpy Eagles in dire straits. The misery continues. 50 for 7.
Moti, daar is toch van de Moti. Moti, wat kan je zeggen? Ja, je shop op je ankels, Moti. Moti, hey, Akli. Go ta. King, you are going to leave him? Because you're going to go on Moti get you by a film.
Gudakesh Moti, the new batter for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It has been a procession of batters to the crease. Gudakesh Moti has a first-class century against Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval. So he has some batting ability, but in this position here, 50 for 7, nothing short of a miracle is needed. Might have been inside edge. Successful over from Sunil Narine. 16 overs gone, 50 for 7. If you're a Guyana Harpy Eagles supporter, look away. This is not a scorecard that will enthuse you. It's the worst ever start to a Super 50 game for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Another bit of confusion. Narine doesn't collect, so it's okay. The worst ever start prior to that, 54 for 7. This was the last wicket to fall. Debut innings for Look North. Made his debut in a previous game, but didn't bat, didn't bowl. And he didn't trouble the scorers today. Pulled away protection in the deep, just a single. We saw a Maxwell miracle in the World Cup yesterday, secretly 91 for 7 over Australia before he did what can only be described as one of the most breathtaking one-day international innings ever. Unbeaten 201 is what he ended up with, 91 for 7. And from that position scored an unbeaten double 100.
What an innings that was. And what made it so much more special, young Badru, is that he had cramps for half of it. Couldn't run, could barely walk, could barely stand, but still hitting 60s and 4s at will.
Oh! Lara, stop that, it's spinning!
The Guyana Harpy Eagles need someone to even do half as good as that to get them to some kind of respectable total. Can Moti be that one? Rutherford can be destructive. Can he do it? There's a lot of pressure on both of them and the batters to come.
Spin through the gate, buddy. Oh, that's good work, yeah?
Yeah, some of the strokes that Maxwell played in that innings were not only unbelievable, but they were simply sensational. That tells a story, doesn't it? You can see the facial reactions, very despondent at the moment. 17 gone, 52 for 7.
So you can't stop, I must reach you. Dion. Yeah, I get so for me, but
Fall of wickets for Guyana, you can see there. Narine now is the leading wicket taker, like I mentioned. 94 wickets he has in Super 50 cricket.
I'm watching longer now.
And it seems as if it's going to be a dream send-off for him. He's bowled the most maidens ever in the history of this tournament. Has the most wickets for his country. And potentially can finish off his career, his list A career, with a championship under his belt. Another one. A confirmation of those numbers. Riyad Emirates up there with 84. Dinanath Ramnaran, former West Indies leg spinner, up there as well. And he's just managed to pip fast bowler Ravi Rampal.
Michael, if you turn him back, show it to me now, Michael.
Ravi Rampal has incidentally sojourned into coaching now, was part of the Trinidad Tobago Knight Riders team in the CPL. Also heading off in a few weeks' time to a T10 tournament as an assistant coach. So he is transitioning from playing into coaching. Good to see. All of that experience that he's garnered over the years, he has that opportunity now to pass on to younger players.
Oh yes, Sonny, yes, Sonny. King, keep going with King. Keep going, Sonny.
Again, the confusion gets there in the end. And that's what one run out can do. Direct hit, there's an appeal. The umpire calls for the review. I just wonder if it was a little bit of laziness. The throw was powerful and it was accurate. Is this another wicket?
I just took my eyes off for a brief moment, young Badri. I thought he was well in and no alarms. But he is in. But as you quite rightly mentioned, very lazily.
No, not out. Confirmation, just in. Hussein to continue from the northern end. Umpires for today, Patrick Gustard out of Jamaica.
Too fast, Moti.
Part of the ICC International panel, Leslie Reefer Jr. Comes into the action now, shakes his head, also part of the ICC International panel. Umpires have been doing an excellent job. Dayton Butler is the TV umpire. They're going down the leg side. And Dayton Butler represented the West Indies in 5 ODIs and 1 T20I. Played for the Windward Islands, hails from St. Vincent. Another hard-working umpire. It's not an easy job. We have the benefits of replays and slow motion and all of that. That they have to call the action in real time. It's easy to sit here and sometimes criticize their decisions, but it's a thankless job, isn't it?
I umpired in local cricket in Antigua for 2 years when I was a teenager. I never had no issues.
Really?
Yeah, seriously.
I don't see you as an umpire.
No, I did it when I was a teenager. Hated it.
$53 for 7. Yeah, just look at those blobs. A couple in an over twice. And then a few others. Has been the story of the day for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've lost wickets regularly. Haven't had many scores of note. Hence, they're in this position. Can Rutherford be their savior? So Narine, as is usually the case, is quite accurate in his line and his length, not giving anything freely. We saw his average earlier, averaging under 10 in this tournament, and it's not for the first time. He's done it before.
Certainly it's tough going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's all Trinidad and Tobago Red Force from the toss up to this point. Darren Bravo, the skipper, won the toss, elected to bowl first. And up to this point, a brilliant decision. I'm quite sure he wanted to get wickets early, but I don't think he expected 7 wickets so soon.
Go!
Yeah, an opportunity for Moti to showcase his talents with the bat. I think you have to look at it from that standpoint. If you're in a Guyana Harpy Eagles position, and get a partnership, look to bat as many of these remaining overs as possible. And there with the more established turf in Rutherford. If you're Moti, you're thinking about not being dismissed. 55 for 7, 20 gone.
A capitulation by the Harpy Eagles. Akil Hussain continuing. Bit of resistance needed from these two for the short term. They need to think runs for the long term, but Darren Bravo will be pleased again the way his bowlers have gone about things. Also the fact that his seamers are in the wickets has been a big deficiency for them this season. Fast bowlers are everywhere in the commentary box as well. Kesrick Williams is alongside me.
Good afternoon to our viewers. Just joining in. We have seen some brilliant cricket from the Red Force. Not so good. TNT Red Force bowling have been really good from the starting of proceedings. Guyana Harpy Eagles batting somewhat disintegrated to a great extent. I was expecting a lot more resistance from their batting. They haven't been the best, but it's a semi-final, so we were expecting a lot more. Sheriff in Rutherford is still there. We've seen come back from situations like this. I wouldn't be surprised if Sheriff in Rutherford played that sort of Glenn Maxwell innings today.
One from the over, 56 for 7.
What was the ball after 6? Bravo.
Akil Hussain, Sunil Narine have bowled the last 7 overs consecutively. And they've only conceded 8 runs. Haven't picked up the wicket, though, that they're searching for to wrap this up. Narine will continue. Oh, more trouble, more trouble. That hit was gone. Narine wasn't behind the stumps. I think he had enough time to collect that ball and whip off the bails.
A lot of confusion in the middle from the Harpy Eagles. Sunil Narine, no effort to get behind the stump there.
Thank you.
He's need a lot more effort from you, Sunil.
It's all happening out there in the middle. Cut into the shoulder of Hussain powerfully, and even Terrence Hines at short third had an opportunity to catch it.
Comedy of errors. Off the glove. Onto the shoulders of Hussain. Terrence trying to get there, but it was a long way off. He looks okay. It's not his left shoulder either. So he'll be fine. Last 2 balls, a lot of action out there. Things getting a bit heated. Sunil Narine, 5.2 overs, 1 for 5.
And I heard Samuel Badri and Sir Curtly talk about Maxwell yesterday. Remember, he was dropped early in his innings. Rutherford has been in a few close runouts. This could be his day. He'll be hoping at least. And he heard Puran telling his team, we have to be taking these catches because they understand the value of playing intense cricket even in these situations. They'll go into a final if they win today, and they'll need to be at their best.
Definitely, Nikhil. But how would you deal with a bowler of Sunil Narine's caliber, especially the way how he's bowling now? It's a bit outside the line. I was asked a question a couple of days ago when he got the 4 for 9. Pitch outside, good decision from the umpires. So I was asked a question the other day, how would I deal with a Sunil Narine if I'm batting? I told him I'll just sweep. That's how I will deal with him. Rutherford obviously have different plans. I would love to see how we will deal with him. Finish off the over with a dot ball. 57 for 7.
Going, boys. Beetle.
3 wickets for 4 runs, and then 3 wickets for 5 runs. That's been the biggest issue for the Harpy Eagles. They're still believing. Rutherford is still at the crease. Now, there's been so much pressure built with the spinners. 8 overs between Narine and Hussain, and just 8 runs conceded. But Darren Bravo's going back to his senior statesman in Shannon Gabriel. Bit of pace on the ball, maybe to ruffle the feathers of Moti.
Good to see Shannon Gabriel back in the attack. A little bit of seam bowling. Went off earlier. Only bowled 2 overs for 9 runs. Something that I have to remind you as well, Nikhil, is that Trinidad bowl out teams about 3 times now in this tournament. Most by any team. And they're looking down the barrel here of doing it again. But I'm happy to see Shannon Gabriel back on the ball.
He struggled with the line a bit today, Gabriel, in his first spell, which was just the 2 overs. I'm curious to see, though, how Rutherford plays this situation, because his team is in peril. And he's a man that likes to score. He's always got that inclination to score. So you see in that last over against Narine, he's trying to find ways to score. And even with the runouts, a few inside edges and close calls, that chance at slip, can he show enough restraint, at least till the 35th or 40th over, where you think they'll have 150 plus on the board if he stays there? You always wonder about that balance when you're in a situation like this for a batter like Rutherford, Kez, who likes to score, likes to hit boundaries.
It's a very ticklish situation, Nikhil, because knowing he's a player that plays a lot of cricket around the world, T20 cricket, I might add, it would be very ticklish now, wondering how he would make that transition in terms of his T20 cricket, how he would build an innings in T20, how he would build an innings in one-day cricket, especially being a situation that he's in now. He will definitely have to bat a lot of balls. So would he suck up that pressure, bat as much balls as possible to get his team into that position? He has to think as well who is at the other end with him. They have to bat a lot of balls as well. So they're in a tight spot here. Rutherford obviously has that potential to dig them out, but it's going to take a lot.
And Moti, as you mentioned, averages over 20 in list day cricket, so he can believe in Gudakesh Moti. But conversely, could also play the counter-attacking approach, like we saw from Matzo yesterday, and just back himself to find the boundary with mid-off, mid-on, up. If Gabriel's going to bowl that length, maybe he bats himself to hit 2 boundaries and over maybe for the next 10. Get them to a fighting 150 or 200 total and see what his bowlers can do. So I guess it's all about how you play it in his mind.
As I mentioned, it's a very ticklish situation because Guyana haven't been the best team batting during that middle phase of the game. Trinidad, on the other hand, has been very good at this stage.
Expected that to be the length because you look at the field, everyone is square or behind square on the boundary. Now, what is the plan for Moti? Started down the leg side full. Is he going to go short? Still keeping 4 outside the circle, Bravo. I think Kez is worth maybe getting a man in close just to ruffle and make Moti uncomfortable.
Definitely. I think at this moment you need to continue to play attacking cricket. They're 7 down. Not that Moti is a flop with the bat, but what can a batter, what can batters do? Moti may not be able to do it. So getting that feeler in to probably create that opportunity to get a catch would be very important.
There's no one close on the onside besides the straight mid wicket. So even if he has a fend or it hits the glove, no one will be there to catch the ball. He's got deep fine leg, backward square, and just straight mid wicket. Everyone else on the offside.
With this field, you would want to think that Bravo is probably just defending a bit while he should be attacking. Even to Rutherford, I think he should still attack. They're in a brilliant position. They need to continue. Show that red force power.
Short again. Good comeback from Gabriel, just 3 from the over. 61 for 7.
Keon to your right.
Yeah, you think they're 1 wicket away, the Red Force, from really wrapping things up. Just Pramal and Nell Smith to come. And no surprises that Sunil Narine will continue with Rutherford at the crease. He's got 4 overs left, Narine. I won't be surprised if he bowls all 4 if Rutherford stays out there. 2 slips in operation for Moti.
The Red Force still do have Yannick Carrier. How do you manage to play him when he's in this sort of mood? Ball drifts in and then cuts. Then cuts away from you. So it's very difficult to play when he's in this sort of mode, and for the last 2 games or so he's been in this mode, so realize they put another slip in place.
Oh yes, Sonny, yes, Sonny.
Professional effort here, man.
With these 2 left-handers at the crease, I'm still wondering when they would bring in a Yannick Carrier.
And Narine will be there. He has 4 Rutherford to get this wicket of Rutherford because he's gotten him out twice in the past in listed cricket. Once last season, once in 2018. Carrier centre of screen, you mentioned. But they will bat Narine to bowl to Rutherford as much deliveries as possible. Another easy single because man in the onside is at long on in Jaden Seals. But Rutherford coming into today, 19 deliveries faced of Narine in list day cricket, just 2 runs and 2 wickets.
No.
So far he's navigated well. End of 24 overs, 62 for 7. Bit of resistance from this partnership. Just exceeded 50 deliveries. This has been refreshing to see. Even in the last game for the Red Force against the Barbados Pride, there was an excellent support in. Young children after school have come in. The senior folks as well. The analysts, armchair analysts. Sunil Narine has left the field, we've been told. Mark Dayal has come on in his place as sub, so does that impact the next over? Shannon Gabriel, though, for this one from the northern end. Yeah, again, just 2 straight. I want to build on that discussion, Kez, that we had in the last over. Yannick Carrier, and I think you're spot on in your analysis. It's a viable option for a number of factors. One, Carrier dismissed Rutherford earlier this season. And also, Rutherford seems like when leg spin bowls to him, he wants to take it on. He's had a really good season, Carrier. Started well, 14 of the 16 wickets in his first 3 matches. And he's got the runs. Quick single. Get there safely in the end. Rutherford will face. So every time he faces leg spin in the tournament, he just wants to attack. Carrier got him trying to attack earlier here. Mansingh has got him for CCC. 3 dismissals to leg spin. So with Narine off the field, is he your go-to option from the other end?
For me, though, Nikhil, I probably want to bring him from the southern end. Breeze blowing across the ground, coming from the eastern side of the ground. 2 left-handers at the crease. It's a free swing to the leg side, to the mid-wicket side. You'll probably bring him from the northern side of the ground, where the left-hand batters can hit him into the breeze. Give him that chance to create that opportunity for a wicket. So that I think would be a bit better, because he bowled most of his overs from the northern side as well. Most of the games that he played here, picked up most of his wickets from the northern side. So you'd probably want to bring him from this end, where he can spin the ball into the left-handers and they can hit him into the breeze, which would be more difficult.
Yeah, this is a plan. This is a definite plan to go short. Gabriel employed a short fine leg before the delivery, and the one ball he bowled to him in the last over was also short. It seems like Rutherford is taking it on as well.
He's not the type of player that's going to back down either. He back his game, he trusts his game. So he's the type of player that's not going to back down from a pull shot. He's very strong on the leg side. So he backs his game any day. Sort of have, he doesn't really power it in front of square. He sort of power it behind fine leg, behind square leg sort of region. So he's not going to back down Rutherford. Morty though, I'm wondering how he's going to handle it. Obviously, he doesn't have quick hands like Sherfin does, but to him, I would prefer to have that fine leg up. Probably mid-wicket and square leg up as well, because I do not think he has quick enough hands to pull Gabriel behind square like Rutherford would. Rutherford sort of use that shovel to get him behind square and behind fine leg.
Oh, trouble again. Big mix-up. Direct hit gone. Third time there's been miscommunication between this pair, and finally the Red Force capitalize.
This is what pressure do to you, Nikhil. Especially when you're batting with a lower order batter. You'd always feel the need to be on strike. Not really a run, especially to good feeler like Akil Hussain. Oh, by a mile. He's gone for 8. Score is now 65 for 8.
Versami Pramod does have a 39 in list day cricket. Can't understand the need for this though. Second run out of the innings, and you're 65 for 7.
Yeah.
Well, Nikhil, he's out by a mile. If the bonus point did matter, that would have been another bonus point for the Red Force.
Now Rutherford is on strike because of the attempted run, and surely now he'll go on the attack. Fine leg is up, and the extra man in front of square in the leg side now. So mid-wicket and square leg joining deep point, deep third. And I understand you don't want Morty facing the shorter deliveries, but this is the second time they've had a partnership face more than 50 deliveries, and then they've let the Red Force back in the game with the run out.
And that's the only way they're going to get themselves back into the game, by facing more deliveries. Bat until you get comfortable to score. They're in a dismal position right now. will have to try to get themselves out. Rutherford is the main man to try to get them to at least 120. Looks far-fetched now, but can be done.
No ball. May have just slipped out of the hand of Gabriel. A lot of perspiration in the heat. So Rutherford will have a free hit. Not easy at that pace. Just caught him by surprise.
Well, it's a free hit. Wondering if this free hit will sort of break the shackles here for Sherfin Rutherford. Probably get them into that mood as well. He would love that. But then he has to battle it out with Palmer in terms of rotating the strike, which we saw in the last wicket, him trying to get on strike.
He nails his Yorker, Gabriel, which I thought was a bold move with mid-off and mid-on up, but he executed well, but to no reward. 66 for 8.
Hines is going with foot injury now on Batsy.
How much you boys tonight?
Sherfin Rutherford, last hope for this Harpy Eagles side. Only once in Super 50 history has this Guyana team been bowled out below 100 runs. And it was against Trinidad and Tobago in 2015 when Narine took the 6 for 9. And with Promal at the crease, Bravo thinks pace. He's going back to Seals, who's bowled a good 5 overs from that southern end. Only one man who will be relieved by that if he can get on strike is Sherfin Rutherford. Hasn't had the best of records against Narine. Kept him quiet so far. Pace on the ball. Can Promo find a single? Well done.
Guess the skipper is listening to you, Nikhil. You asked that Bravo bring back Mr. Seals. You got your wish.
We saw Gabriel with a direct plan to go short at Rutherford. Field is the same. Short fine leg, backward square, deep mid-wicket. Deep point, deep third as well. There's a huge gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Rutherford can pull in front of square if he does get a short delivery. Put down. Again, they've dropped Rutherford. And while it may not be significant now, how big of an impact could it be on this team if they get to the final? They're putting down chances.
They have been playing some brilliant cricket, Trinidad. But they have been dropping some silly catches. Easy catches. Not something you want going into the finals if they do get to the finals. Want to be more clinical than that. We have been seeing teams not bringing the three facets of the game together. Trinidad bowling pretty well, but they have been doing a bad job in the field.
This time short. think it was a bluff from Sears as well, to go full and wide. Rutherford did use his feet, almost picked it. Couldn't execute to get it over mid-off though.
Giving himself some room. Seals still go a bit wider. Couldn't really get enough bat on it. In and out of the hands of Shannon Gabriel. Did take a shot at the stump though.
Couple of shouts. One for the leg before, one for the catch, but Patrick Gustard says no.
A lot of excitement out there. Bit of height, I would think. Empire Gustard. Pitching just outside, a bit of height. Palmer a short fella, but he jumped on that one. So I think a bit of height. Good decision again from Gustard.
Something I observed in that last game as well for Bravo and his leadership. Orican was at the crease with Akeem Jordan and he still had 4 feeders out like he does now. I just wonder if it's worth getting a man in with a helmet on just to inflict some brand of fear into Promo at least. Understand the feel for Rutherford with 4 deep.
Well, one thing I would add, they have been playing some attacking cricket with the bat. But with the ball, for some reason, that's a wide, have to bowl that over. But for some reason, when they should be wrapping up innings with the ball, find they relax a bit and go a bit defensive. Something I realize with his captaincy over the tournament. Mind you, he's doing a great job in terms of changing his bowlers, setting the field. And how good is he with the bat as a skipper leading from the front? So just something he probably could consider going forward.
And just remember that the Pride were 151 for 8 and got to 215 in that last game. Could we be seeing a similar rebuild? 69 for 8. Last couple of overs have been a barrage of seam bowling. How do the Red Force get these last 2 wickets and more importantly the wicket of Rutherford? Bravo still believes in his short ball plan. It's gone back to Gabriel. The same Yorker that got him dismissed, well, not dismissed, it hit the stumps in the last over when it was a free hit. He nailed it again, just slightly too wide.
I think Shannon Gabriel just back in his back of end bowling here now. Dead bowling, you'll call it. He's executing well. You can see the aim. He wants to get Rutherford out. He's the only player here now that can change things around for the Harpy Eagles. Maybe give them a bit of wings so that they can fly again. Right now, Harpy Eagles' wings are a little bit wet. But can Sherfane get them to fly again?
get it easy too. This is why Seals was so upset. Bravo was so upset at the drop catch, because it's been a procession for a couple overs. The fact that they've been going short, trying to get Rutherford to think, almost premeditate the short delivery, and then went full once Seals produced a chance. Just now with the Yorker, trying to work him out. We are in Glenn Maxwell territory here. I think Rutherford will try to just keep as much strike as possible. Change of field. Mid-on was in the circle. It's now going back to the boundary. Deep third is coming up. Is that a change in tactic? Is it more protection for the straighter line delivery? Try the Yorker again. And I think Bravo knows that Rutherford won't run, so putting that man from mid-on to long-on almost saves a boundary and offers more protection for that Yorker length delivery.
This is the sort of things that frustrate a batter. Putting a team in position, or putting yourself in a position to get a single. Have to turn it down because of who's at the other end. So this is the sort of thing that will get you, a bit upset, sort of make you lose momentum as well.
And Kezo, in T20 cricket, I had our stats man do some research. You've gotten Rutherford out. You bowled him a lot in T20 cricket. How did you go about that? What was your main mode of dismissal, your best delivery to him?
Usually because he's so good with his hands. Use his hands really well. Good swing through the ball as well. More want to pitch the ball just outside off stump, back in the wicket, off pace delivery, and put pace on the ball as well. But usually we'll have that guy at short gully. Got him caught there a couple of times in CPL. So that's the main plan to him. Because he uses his hands so much, you want to be just outside off stump, in the wicket, off pace, pace on.
And Yorker again. Rutherford will retain the strike. Importantly, 72 for 8.
.72 for 8. It's a familiar sight. Shannon Gabriel leaves the field, having bowled his spell. No such issues for the young Jaden Seals. He's in for his 7th over. It's been very economical today. The most economical he's been in this tournament so far. Yet to get a wicket, though. He'd love to change that. What does Sherfane Rutherford do here? Is it time to take the Glenn Maxwell approach? Saw an incredible innings, didn't we, from Glenn Maxwell to single-handedly get his side over the line against Afghanistan at the World Cup. A double 100 out of 290 odd. Guyana needs something similar. Rutherford is the kind of man that can provide those kind of fireworks. He got his first list day 100 against the Leeward Islands, won the game almost single-handedly. Is it time now for some Maxwell?
I saw what you did there with that Shannon Gabriel. You said he completed his spell. He did bowl 5 overs. It's the most that he's ever bowled in the tournament to date. So you might be onto something that he's completed his allocation for this particular game. We saw an earlier graphic where the most overs that Shannon Gabriel has bowled in this tournament in any particular game has been 5. He's gotten there already. Yeah, so he's signaled his intent to try to get as many as possible. He's not taking any singles early in the over anyway and looking for boundaries. It presents an opportunity then for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to get his wicket. Jaden Seals just has to bowl that ideal length where he can't get under him to hit him out of the park for 6. He's very strong over extra cover. Everyone knows that about Sherfin Rutherford.
He's also strong deep mid-wicket, long on. Now, this could have been a lot worse for Guyana, bizarrely. Missed chances. Easy drop catch by Narine. Should have got behind the stumps there. That would have been a run out. He had time. That one's tough, but it could have rebounded anywhere. One more as well. Oh, under edge. Lucky. Pace was taken off the ball. And then one more. Shannon Gabriel hit hard, but straight to him. Sherfane Rutherford. We could have been having our interval roties by now. Batters?
Yeah, and right on time as well. But it's disconcerting if you're a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force supporter and you see those drop chances. The one of Akil Hussain, that was difficult, as you mentioned, but the other couple should have been taken. Narine and slipped. That one came at a very comfortable height and he had enough time to look at it. And then Shannon Gabriel in mid-off. Another very simple catch at this level. So if you're sitting in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout as a coach, a fielding coach, head coach, those are the types of things that irks you. You're not going to get everything perfect, but those controllables, you want to make sure that you're nailing those.
Slow ball picked up. That's gone a long way back from Rutherford. That's the power of the man. Right at the top of that first tier.
And the first 6 of the innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, he's huffed and he's puffed, he's threatened before, and he's finally connected one. A strong man, powerfully built. And when he connects, they go the distance. And it goes in the direction of some of the key men in Cricket West Indies. That's usually the area where the selectors sit. Cricket West Indies, they have that hospitality booth across there. So he's perhaps aiming for them.
Square this time behind square. 4 more. Great end to the over by Rutherford. He's pressed the go button. 6 and 4 to finish off the 28th. 83 for 8.
Yeah, aiming for another maximum. This time hits the bottom portion of the bat. I suppose the only saving grace there for the Red Force is that he's not on strike. Yep. And those are members of the Cricket West Indies delegation who are here looking on at this tournament. They will be or should be disappointed by what they've seen so far.
Energy boys, we don't have a long off, eh? Who feeling long off, back, long off?
Just had a 77 ball wait for a boundary and then got 2 in 2 balls, courtesy of Sherfane Rutherford. Brings Akil Hossain back to the crease with ball in hand. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Very good first spell, and he was excellent against Barbados as well in the previous match, particularly against the right-handers. Dismissed Shea Hope, caught at slip, big wicket in that final group game.
No.
You just wonder as well, Rutherford dropped on 8 and 10. He's already got up to 24. You can see there, he can score very quickly when he gets going. Oh, Raggingtons. That's got a long way, hasn't it? Turn and bounce.
Yeah, a couple of things here. The trajectory of the ball, it wasn't too flighted. It was relatively flat, and the bounce thereafter. Yeah, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force should be trying to bowl as many deliveries as possible to Versamy Permaul, trying to get him dismissed. And if you're Versamy Permaul, you're trying to not be dismissed and just to stay out there with Sherfane Rutherford for as long as possible. We know how dangerous he can be, how explosive he is. So if you can get the single, get off the mark, but get off the strike. But if you can't, don't be dismissed.
Of course, the bowler who led the way was that man initially for TNT, Yannick Carrier. A couple of fifers. Drag down. It's going to be 1 for Permaul. We haven't even seen Yannick Carrier yet. 5 bowlers used. Maybe not at his best in the last game. But is that all about the fact that Rutherford's in? Just trying to keep him away from Rutherford?
Yeah, I think so. Based on what we saw in the last game as well. Didn't have that level of control. And we know how destructive Rutherford is, so the matchup isn't probably ideal, but it isn't ideal with Akil Hossain either. Has 1 delivery in the over, field well spread, but also some fielders cut in the single.
Rutherford just says, I'll take 1, thank you. Keep the strike. 85 for 8.
That's 4 grand drinks, guys.
It's a pretty hot day today. Thankfully, the rains have stayed away, but they do need some moisture, so it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Are you good with the red? Because I'm going to take out 1 touch. Come back up.
Hey, good with you, you take a 1 touch. Is that good here, good?
Can I take a touch in front?
Yes, nothing.
Guyana have had a terrible start with the bat in this first semi-final, and it's basically a continuation of their form with the bat in the group stage. going at just 4.62 runs per over collectively as a team. That's 7th out of 8. Only the Jamaica Scorpions, who lost all of their games, were a slower scoring side than Guyana. As we go through their wickets, Samuel, important to have a look and think how many of these were actually good balls that dismissed them.
Yeah, Terence Hines was the chief architect, picking up the first 4 wickets to fall. A couple average deliveries, you'll have to see. But this was an absolute stunner. Absolutely brilliant from Terence Hines. And another excellent delivery. First ball to the new batter. And at that stage, he was on a hat-trick. And in came Nakil Hussain, cleaned up another Guyana Harpies Eagle batter. And then this bit of confusion. Throw to the wrong end initially, but then Nakil Hussain gets it to the right end. And chaos ensued. Narine became the leading wicket taker in Super 50 cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. And then another bit of confusion. Needed a direct hit. And Nakil Hussain provided it. And it's all been Trinidad and Tobago so far. 2 batters in double figures. Stationer and Chandrapal with 22. Rutherford unbeaten on 25. Partnership of 20 at the moment with Versami Pamal.
And they've needed it because they got off to a horror start. It was Hines who tore through the top order, picking up 4 wickets within the power play. His best figures ever in list A cricket, 4 for 15 at the moment. Narine, look at those figures. He's gone for 6 runs in 7 overs and he's picked up a wicket. Hossain has also been excellent, 1 for 13 for him. Haven't even seen Yannick Carrier yet, who took a 5-wicket haul against Guyana in the group phase. And they've gone back to Narine, who's just started to find some real turn in his last 2 or 3 overs. That's through the gap. More runs for Rutherford. Wonder if they will rue those missed chances earlier.
Yeah, a real loose delivery from Sunil Narine, short and wide. Rutherford had enough time to rock back and to find the gap, more importantly. So good timing on that shot. Sunil Narine, incidentally, now is the leading wicket taker in this tournament, moved on to 17 wickets. Yannick Carrier in 2nd position on 16, as you mentioned. We haven't seen him. One of the incumbent spinners for the West Indies ODI team. And that's a response. So I mentioned a little bit earlier about the negative matchup with Sherfin Rutherford, but his quality when he's on song. Just look at that. The angle from around the wicket and just enough turn.
We often talk about matchups, don't we? But I think with Narine, I mean, can you think of any batter in world cricket that you wouldn't want Narine to bowl to? I can't think of one. He's almost a banker whenever you bowl him.
A lot of captains have used him quite strategically. Whenever they needed a wicket, he has been their go-to man. If they need to put a stranglehold on the opposition, he does that job as well.
He really is, in many ways, the complete spin bowler. Spins the ball both ways, gives very little away. You can lock him in for 3 and over almost every time. Sometimes a lot less. Rutherford doing well to farm the strike here. Takes 5 off that over, 90 for 8. Spin is hogging the limelight in this competition so far. Look at that top 5 wicket takers list. All spinners, and Narine is right in front on his own now, having taken 1 wicket today. We'll also see Yannick Carrier, Kevin Sinclair in this match. And speaking of Carrier, here he comes. Chance for him to Ty Narine at the top again. 16 wickets, very good average of 15. Economy a bit high because he's taken a bit of tap in his last 2 games. Started brilliantly with 2 5-wicket hauls and a 4-wicket haul in his first 3 games. He's just dropped off a little bit. But he will be tasked now with getting the big wicket of Rutherford. Look what he's got in terms of a leg side field. Just one fielder in the ring behind square he is. No one in the ring in front of square. Might need to show him the other one as well. Not just bowl too many leggies. Heaved away in the air. Out. First ball. Carrier's on. And he gets the big fish straight away. Where was he?
He's tied with Sunil Narine now as the leading wicket taker in this tournament. But what was impressive was the catch from Utley. They've been a little bit awful in the field. We'll just have a check to make sure that it was a legitimate delivery. Have a look at that front foot. Yeah, seems to be okay. And so he gets a wicket first ball. The very dangerous Shurfin Rutherford trying to take him on against the wind. And Utley completes the catch. It looks like a simple catch, and it really is. But because they've been catching so awful in this game, it is worth mentioning. And so Rutherford goes for a top score of 30, 90 now for 9.
Hey, Larry, you want to second first ball? No, I will change my mindset and cross the guy there.
Now Smith, the last man in for the Harpy Eagles. It's the second time in the tournament that Carrier has dismissed Rutherford, and the 4th time that Rutherford has gone down to leg spin. He just seems to want to attack, and rightfully so in this situation, had to take it on. But into the wind, knowing the field as well, risky option. But Carrier, 17th wicket of the tournament.
A 2-slip in position for the leg spinner against the number 11 batter, Niall Smith. A wide signal, so a wicket and then a wide. Carrier is one of 4 players in Super 50 cricket to achieve the double of 150 plus runs and 15 wickets in a season. Holder, Reefer and Hodge, the players to do it before him. So he's had a good tournament, both with bat and ball, Yannick Carrier. We've seen him in international cricket. We've seen him score a half-century in his first game with the bat against New Zealand at Kensington Oval. Excellent delivery, lots of loop and bounce and turn. Look at that delivery. Guyana on the brink of being dismissed for under 100, only the 2nd time in the history of this tournament. Only once before it has happened to them.
And I had this discussion with Keswick Williams earlier, Samuel. I'll ask you as well, because you're a leg spinner and what a ball in this situation as well. I've noticed Bravo likes to have 4 fielders out no matter what. You've got the last 2 batters at the crease. Would you suggest bringing one of those in the circle?
Absolutely. There is no need for a long on in this situation. If the batter wants to hit against the turn, the right-hander that is, then let him do it. Sharp turn with the googly. I'll also even bring my sweeper in to the circle to cut a single so that I can bowl as many deliveries as possible to number 11. So this defensive feel from Bravo is inexplicable, really.
Wicket in the over, the big wicket of Rutherford, 92 for 9.
We now talk about this. We now talk about this.
Bring the energy, Atley. Mid off, Bravo.
One thing they'll always be curious about the Harpy Eagles, what could have been without those two runouts, one of Chandapal, one of Moti. Red Force looking to wrap things up. They've gone back to Narine, who's picked up 2 or more wickets in every game this season. He's got 1 so far, 12 deliveries to bowl. He'll want it in this over.
No!
In addition to the wickets that he's taken and his average, his economy is also astounding. Into his 9th over and only 11 runs he's conceded. Mentioned before that he's also bowled the most number of maidens in the history of this tournament. So he's looking to leave a legacy behind that will be unmatched and unparalleled. So Narine.
I think he's already left it, so the way he's gone about things for years.
Neil McGarrell, Ryan Hines, Suleiman Ben, Mahendra Nagamutu. All players who have represented their various countries with pride and distinction over a number of years. For a long, long time, Nikhil and viewers, this tournament didn't have as many games as we have now. So this season, for instance, teams had an opportunity to play at least 7 games, notwithstanding the bad weather. There were times in past where you had 3 games at max in the group stage. So to play the number of games that some of these guys played, it would have taken them a long, long time. Quite different now, more games, more opportunities. Niall Smith retains the strike, 93 for 9.
You Bravo. Shannon. You let Shannon go there, you go there.
Bravo will want his team to be clinical, will want to wrap things up quickly. Had to work really hard in that Barbados Pride game to take the final 2 wickets. Massive drag down from Carrier. They have just got stuck in the hand. Nonetheless, it's a boundary.
This delivery is indescribable. You just have to have a look at it, folks, for yourself and try to determine what happened there. Drag down, way down the leg side. An easy strike for Niall Smith. Inching closer towards triple figures, Guyana.
And they won easily in that last game against the Pride, but Bravo will want his team to be able to keep the intensity up. McAllister, Warwican and Jordan for the Pride put on 64 runs. Yes, they won with flying colors, but here again, they'll just want to wrap this up quickly because when they face a team in the final, providing they go on to win, You don't know if you get these luxuries. And the drop chances and missed opportunities is another thing. That is top class from Versamy Pramod. Pierces the gap, brings up the 100 with a beautiful extra cover drive.
Yeah, so they've gone past that triple figure mark, given width and length, and smashes it over extra cover. There's no slouch with the bat, you know, Versamy Pramod. I've seen him play some quite crucial innings for Guyana in the past.
Don't think, Bravo or Carey will mind the drive because slip is in place. A catching fielder is at extra cover. Still has long on and long off for both these batters. If they want to drive, then why not bring one in and make them go over that man? Gives you an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. We've all been singing the same song. In there, but falls safely. Niall Smith will retain the strike yet again. 104 for 9.
How much time to run again?
Not out. Where was he? Outside the line, maybe?
Yeah, some vicious turn once again from Sunil Narine. Have a look. Yeah, impact outside the line. Good decision from umpire Patrick Gustad. Narine looking to, as we've mentioned before, finish off this tournament on a high. Another icon of West Indies cricket, Nikhil. Did exactly that in 2018 when Chris Gayle played his last Super 50 match. It was against the Barbados franchise at the Kensington Oval, and he signed off with a magnificent 122. Quite a fitting way for him to end his list A career. I remember that game vividly. It was a televised game. Nice little crowd at Kensington Oval to give him that goodbye. Players were edged and just deflected off the keeper's pad or thigh. Would have been gone had it not made that contact with the wicket keeper. Akil Hussain lurking and slip. Yeah, in position. Yeah, the players gave him that guard of honor when he made his way on the field for the last time. Chris Gayle, perhaps something similar will happen for Sunil Narine in the final if they get there, which they should.
I want to see who comes from the next end because Carey has bowled only 2 overs. It's been important for the Red Forces and their plans, but I heard through the effects mic Pooran telling Terence Hines, who's down at the deep mid-wicket boundary, to warm up. Haven't seen Hines since that 11th over. Went off the field with some difficulty of injury. Maiden, 104 for 9.
Crowd calling fake, crowd calling fake.
Lowest totals at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. In dangerous territory, the Harpy Eagles.
Put 2 men catching him, please. Just in case he overpitch, you pull long.
I wondered who would bowl this over. It's not Hines, it is Carrier, but Narine has finished his 10. First time in the tournament, he hasn't picked up 2 or more wickets, but look at the economy rate. 1 run per over. He's also got 19 wickets now against the Harpy Eagles. Most of any team that he's played against regionally.
If you're a Guyana Harpy Eagles fan or a member of their coaching staff, and at the end of this tournament, if they happen to lose this game, want to find out what went wrong. Similar to the Jamaica Scorpions in many regards. Lots of turn from Carrier when he does pitch it. They came in, the Scorpions, that is, as defending champions. They failed to win even a solitary game. And the performances from the Harpy Eagles, a team that has dominated red ball cricket in the region, haven't quite managed to get hold of this title since 2005. In the air and gone. Simple catch for Akil Hussain. Another one and another wicket for Yannick Carrier. So he is at top of the standings now in terms of most wickets. He retains and regains that position. And what a performance it has been from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and their bowlers in combination. Won the toss, decided to bowl first, and what a way to start the first innings.
Now Smith looking to score, looking to find the boundary. Bravo will be very happy that his team have been able to hold on to that opportunity, but also the way that they've gone about things, ravaging through the top order. Terrence Hines centre of screen, the star today. Different role, hadn't been given the new ball many times in the tournament and in his career, but he stood up, got crucial wickets as well. Day he'll remember for a long time. Bravo will know that his team are not far from the final, but will have some work to do with bat in hand. Don't want to underestimate the Guyana bowling lineup, but hugs all around. A good day for the men in red and black. Chanapal and Rutherford, the only 2 to get into double figures. You thought maybe some resistance would be built in that partnership before Chanapal was catastrophically run out, similarly to Gudikesh Moti. Other than that, nothing to celebrate on that batting card.
And lots to celebrate for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Terrence Hines picked up the first 4 wickets to fall. A wicket apiece for Narine and Hussain, and Carrier with his first delivery got one and ended the innings with another to be the leading wicket taker at the moment in the Super 50 Cup. And Terrence Hines recorded his best ever list A figures. A magnificent performance with the ball for the Red Force.
They're 1 step away, the Red Force, from getting to the grand finale. They'll need 106 from 50 overs when we return from the break, and we'll also have some analysis.
Yes, please.
We have seen a dramatic start to this first semi-final between TNT Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana have been decimated, bowled out for 105 in just 34.3 overs. It's the lowest total of the Super 50 this season and Guyana's fourth lowest ever. It was all started by Terence Hines. He took the first 4 wickets to fall, and then, of course, the accurate spinners of Akil Hossain, Sunil Narine, Yannick Carrier cleaned up the rest. It looks all over bar the shouting, unless somehow Guyana can pull a rabbit out of a hat. I've got Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me at the start of the show. Curtly, you said Guyana have to bat well to have any chance in this match. They haven't batted well. How much of that was down to good bowling? How much down to bad batting?
It's a bit of both. The bowling was exceptional, starting with Hines, top of the order, but there were a few loose strokes as well. But generally, Guyana Harpy Eagles were never in the race. From ball 1, they were struggling and they never recovered. Only 2 players got into double figures. Very, very disappointing.
It was an extraordinary start, as Curtly mentioned there. Terence Hines took the first 4 wickets to fall. The first 2, they were kind of given to him.
Certainly, that's my point, you know. Wide of the off stump, should have been left alone. They didn't, and that was a brilliant catch to really top things off. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles never recovered. They were just, as you say, decimated. Brilliant bowling.
And then the problem is, if you lose wickets early to Trinidad and Tobago, you don't score any runs, you've then got to face Sunil Narine and Akil Hossain next and try and find a way of scoring against them. It was almost like the middle order were done by that start. They were between a rock and a hard place in some ways.
Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, with that kind of start, we're not 4 down for nothing. And still Sunil Narine to come. Yannick Carrier, Akil Hossain. It's not going to get any easier. So they really, I don't know, they didn't show up. They just didn't show up. And overall, it was a very disappointing performance. And, I mean, that sums up the tournament. They struggled throughout, never found any consistency in the batting, and they barely scraped into the semi-finals. And today was probably the worst performance of all.
Yeah, need a miracle. So, I mean, their strength has been spin. Would you open the bowling with one of their spinners?
Well, they'll have to. They have to go to their strengths. I mean, they'll have to bowl out the Trinidad Tobago Red Force if they want to win this game. Can they do it? It's not going to be easy.
It'd be one of the greatest wins of all time if they can pull off. You never know. They've got some informed spinners, the likes of Virasamy Permaul, the likes of Gudakesh Moti, the likes of Kevin Sinclair, but they've got to get him in the game early to have any chance. You know what they need? They need a bit of magic. Well, fortunately for them, they've got a couple of budding magicians in their lineup, in Kevlon Anderson and Kevin Sinclair. We're going to see whether they impressed our stern judging panel after the break in our new show. It's called Super 50's Got Talent. Stay tuned.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is radio stick 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that? Okay, cool. All right. Hold on there, Simon. He's getting it. Let's plug it into the PNC. you have control over the feet up there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. 1, 2, 1, 2. Down a bit. Down. 1, 2. Way down. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a second here. Simon, could you pull down a bit from by you there, please? Yeah, let's try that, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hopefully it can come up now. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. No, down, down, down. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. Lovely. Okay, thanks, Simon.
Are you ready for the biggest battle of the season? That is right. It is time for the final of the 2023 Super 50 Got Talent competition. And it is time for our 2 finalists to impress our famous panel of judges. Allow me to introduce, first of all, top Trinidad magician, Sharon Razzle Dazzle Drysdale. And our very own Heidi Klum, the pride of Barbados, Shakira Selman. And last but by no means least, the legend himself, Mr. Mean. It's Sir Curtly, Simon Cowell, Ambrose.
I know. It's hard to do like that.
Right, let's see how our finalists got on earlier today under Sharon's expert tuition.
We got some picture for now. See it?
It's a bird.
It's a bird, you see it? Ah, you see it, you see it, you see it. And now you?
Yo, what?
You see it!
Welcome to Super 50's Got Talent. Are you talented?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, you look like it. What have you got with you there?
We have a little bit of magic for you today.
Few tricks.
Right.
A few tricks.
How you doing, man? You right?
Yeah.
Good to meet you. Very lovely. You good?
Nice to meet you.
Kevlon, you right?
Yes, sir. You?
And don't forget, no tricks, no living. Hey judges, this is Kevin Sinclair from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, all-rounder. So today I'm going to be performing a few tricks for you, and I hope you guys relax and enjoy it. So, here you go. It's red. Oh yes, it's a yellow. And it's a green. All right, so empty. So currently, it's empty, right? It's empty. So much empty. And ta-da! Ta-da! So that's one of. Did you enjoy it? Did you guys enjoy it?
I did.
It certainly looked like the Antigua flag, all right? But it's close, but yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna get that in. I'm gonna get this in. And there are one more trick I need to perform for you. That was the end of my first presentation for you guys. All right. Oh yes. And this is my second presentation. So here you go. I'm gonna come closer. Feathers. Did you get it? Feathers. So I'm gonna stand up on my post again. And it's empty. Very much empty. Sir Cardley, you wanna come and see what's inside?
No.
Okay. And ta-da! That's the end of my presentation.
That was great, Kevin.
Yeah.
You did very well.
Thank you very much.
You know, considering that you had just a matter of a few minutes, some minutes to really put it together and to practice it, your presentation was good. Yeah?
Thank you.
You know, I would have known basically from being a professional magician, anything that was a little off, but besides that, excellent. Your second one was top.
Thank you very much.
The second one.
Thank you very much.
Very, very good. Presentation, excellent.
Kevin, it was so good. I was so surprised, especially in the first one. How did that get back in there? It was empty, and then all of a sudden, there was the Antigua flag. That was so good. It was really compelling.
Thank you very much.
Simon Cowell. Mr. Sinclair.
Yes, sir.
I know you're a wonderful cricketer.
Yeah.
And you came here to show us something outside of cricket.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be frank. I don't trust you.
Come on, Freddy, he was right there.
Having seen a presentation, I have to look at you differently. But anyway, very well done.
Yeah.
I was impressed. And knowing you've got talent outside of cricket. Keep going, my brother.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Kevin Anderson, batsman from Guyana, Harpy Eagles team. So I'll be performing some tricks up my sleeve. Ready? So I'm coming close, because the closer you think you are, the less you actually see. Say it again. Yes. So I give back. As you can see, it's empty. Very much, okay, very much. Okay, let me reach. Nice. Some little spice in it. Yay! I just press this right in. Right? There's no. Yeah, just a little bit more trick. Yay! Okay, let me get these. I just need to decide to find the one. You nervous? Nah, never. So I got a card. 3 diamonds. Right, I'm coming a little closer to this, don't be afraid. Right? So I got this. I'm gonna rest it right here. Right? Not there. 1, 2. Hopefully
I hope you trust Anderson this time.
Trust me? You guys trust me?
I'm not so sure.
Kevlon, yes, you surprised me. Yeah, you did very well. You did very well. You went confident with it all. And with the same thing, you had just a few minutes to be able to choose your tricks, practice it, and you presented it. You presented it. The flowers, I think, gave us a little arm like, yeah, it really appeared. So great job. Great job.
Shakira? I can't stop smiling. Look how very you almost give me a heart attack. No, but you were very clever. Very good. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Give yourself a clap. That was brilliant.
Well, Mr. Anderson, when all these flowers popped out of that device, I was scared for 2 seconds. I don't like to be scared. So when I'm done with this, I'm going to deal with you. No, I was a one good bouncer. And you're going to get it for scaring me. But I must say, very impressive performance. I mean, I do play a little bit of poker from time to time, and with a card trick, you and I going to Vegas. All right? Very well done.
Okay. The judges have cast their votes, and it was very, very close. I can now announce the winner of the 2023 Super 50 Cup Got Talent is Kevlon Anderson. Brilliant work. Superb. Kevlon, if you just wait right there, just a quick word with the runner-up, Kevin. Fantastic job. Your presence was really fantastic out there. The judges really noticed that your delivery was superb. Yeah. You're going to have to come back again next year, though. You're going to have to come back and work a bit harder.
Yeah, definitely. I must say credit must be given to Kevlon. I think I had a slight chance, but his presentation was good. Certainly going to be a good magician after cricket, I don't know. But yeah, he certainly did a good job. So next year I got to come a bit better. I'm going to prepare very, very much well than today.
You've definitely got the talent, mate. We want to see you again next year.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Kevin. Kevlon, wow. That was, you blew away the judges. Is that the greatest achievement of your life?
So far, yes. I think the preparation was really good, leading into it. So it was really good.
Have you got a few people to thank after this
just
fantastic win?
To my coach, she really put in hard work and make sure I get the job done tonight, so that was really good.
Yeah, well done. How are you going to celebrate tonight?
I think I get some DJ Bravo champion.
Yes. No. Give us that dance again, go on.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where in a couple hours' time, one team will progress to the grand finale in this CG United Super 50 Cup. This is where we are so far. A domination by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Terrence Hines leading the way with his 4 wickets. The spinners doing the rest. Rutherford, the only standout with 30. But the Harpy Eagles have got 105 on the board, and they will start by believing they can defend this. They'll need inspiration from this bowling card. Carrier, the leg spinner, a couple of wickets. 1 as well for Narine and Hossain, but 4 for Terrence Hines, his first 4 for in List A cricket. Openers on their way out, Keon Otley, Tion Webster. A very minuscule 106 to get for a place in the final. They're still undefeated, the only undefeated team in the tournament. Keon Otley has got 100.5 century in this competition. He'll want to close out well, though. He's talked a lot about consistency, building on his last season. He was able to get starts, but wasn't able to capitalize. Joining him, less experienced right-hander Tion Webster. Got that best of 45 in the game against the Windward Islands, where these two put on 100+ runs.
Right arm over to you.
And the Harpy Eagles will need inspiration. Kesrick Williams, what do they need to do well?
At this present moment, I think, Nikhil, it's really easy peasy. Team that's in form. As you mentioned, they've been unbeaten so far throughout the tournament. Just 1 of 5 to get. They would want to get it in good fashion as well.
Okay, gentlemen, we have a go.
Not losing any wickets. And getting it in quick time as well. That would be
Okay, gentlemen, let's play.
really good for them. Give them some momentum going into the finals. They have been really good. They would want to continue that. Neil Smith.
And immediately will try to use the wind coming from the eastern side of the ground to go across Otley. So we'll like to start the ball straight. He's got 2 slips, or had 2 slips. Hetmeyer goes out into the onside. Or does he? Maybe just warming up. Ran all the way to Anderson. Look upbeat in terms of body language, which is good from the Harpy Eagles. They believe in this 105 runs. They have to. Does have that leg cut as well, which we may see a bit later on now, Smith.
He has been doing some good work for Guyana. Never really got the support. Sometimes he just bowled well in patches. Haven't really been consistent as he was last year, but in patches he has been all right for the Harpy Eagles this year. Losing Shepherd. Obviously, he had to travel back home because of personal reasons.
Looking at the field for Otley, they have the man on the leg side well in front of square at mid-wicket. And think about that game where Trinidad played the Pride. McAllister it was who went short at Otley, and because he likes to pull so much, he picked out the man. That side is into the wind as well. So they're almost challenging him, if they then decide to go short, to take on that side.
Different kind of bowler though. Wonder if Neil Smith have that sort of pace that McAllister possess. He's one, I think, that will hit that top of off stump length. Look to nick off batters early in the innings. 2 different kind of bowlers. Looking at the Trinidad batting, they have 2 batters that made the century in the tournament. but 5 batters also who made half centuries. Guyana only have 1 batter to really cross that 100 mark.
So far has been on that 4th stump line or just about. Who would you go to from the next end? Spin or pace?
Well, knowing the situation, where I know that bowling dot balls or keeping pressure wouldn't really help them to win this game, they'll have to take wickets. So it's about maybe going to your best wicket-taking option. Sinclair is one of those guys, been really bowling tight in the tournament. Haven't really been picking up a lot of wickets against the Red Force, just 2 wickets or so. Another option may be Romare Shepherd, who bowled a really good spell last game. End of the over.
When that's a fire, it don't work. When that's a fire, it don't do the job. Somebody got a thought,
Bravo, Mohammed, Puran, Carrier, Hossein. A lot of batting for the Harpy Eagles to try to break through, try to dismiss. Now, I thought maybe Morty would be a consideration given the circumstances. They've gone to Rutherford, who opened the bowling a couple of times this season and in that last game against Jamaica here.
Well, he did bowl a good spell last game. Picked up some early wickets as well. Usually have that outward movement and inward movement early. Usually swing around the ball. You will need that today if they're going to make some early inroads.
He's got the slip on the gully and then deep third. And again, 40 on Webster as well. Man in the leg side is well in front of square. I asked you the question in the last over, Keshe, because I wanted to get into the mindset of Imla. How does he win this game with just 105 on the board? Gudakesh Moti's been the leading wicket taker now for the last 2 seasons, and I understand you've got the left hand at the crease, but if Moti's his best option, may he be better off going to him early? Moti got Otley out twice last season, both games. Or even Kevin Sinclair, who will spin the ball away from the left-hander, and has shown he can bowl to the right-handers as well. But he's gone for Rutherford, so we'll see how this pans out.
Both good options, Kevin Sinclair and Moti. Kevin Sinclair obviously jiffed the ball all in the innings, so he would have been a good option. Rutherford, knowing how well he went in the power play last game for them, I guess that's the reason why Imlak went with him again. Swings the ball really well early in the innings to the right-hander, swing it away. Gudakesh Moti is an option as well, because I honestly think bowling left-arm spinners to left-arm batters is a myth.
It's been timed very well. Can't afford to concede boundaries. Every run is precious. They're underway, the Red Force.
Keep going there, boys. No.
Webster, who's been short on runs, short on opportunities, in and out of the team, will want to use this as a chance to get in, heading into a final, get a score under his belt, possibly unbeaten as well if he can see it off and win this game. More runs. That's the one, though. In front of square is that man in the leg side. End of the second over. 3 without loss. Just 105 runs in a semi-final. Tells you how dominant that bowling lineup of the Red Force have been. And if they get to the final, they're going to be a tough team to beat, regardless of whichever way the toss goes. But not over yet. Harpy Eagles have a chance. They need early wickets, though. Dalek today really shows you how much they miss Shepherd. 10 wickets before he left, but also his batting prowess. You never know if you had an extra batter in there who also bowls across the 3 phases.
Really miss him. Romario Shepherd. Very handy with the ball at the top. Usually really good during the 3 phases of the game as well. And how handy is he with the bat? Would have probably make a big difference today in terms of the score. But Niall Smith is with ball in hand and he has to do something for the Harpy Eagles. That late inward movement, as he usually gets early in the innings. To get the ball go away from the right-hander, what he usually does is bowl that leg cutter, which you saw him bowl early in the innings against Johnson Charles. Finding the edge, but usually gets that ball to come back into the right-handers and away from the left-handers. Very useful cricketer.
Top shot. Exquisite. Otley's underway.
With the Red Force being under no pressure at all, he would feel a lot more comfortable to play his shots, because sometimes these little totals can be a bit tricky. You don't want them to get into your skin too much. So he will feel a lot freer playing his shots. Just in front point. He strives off volleys. He likes it short as well.
Should look for a couple. Yeah, significant, though, for Otley on how he finishes this competition. Continuously got starts last year in this competition. 6 totals over 30, but only twice did he get over that 50 mark. He brought that trend this season when he got that massive 100 against the Windward Islands. Then followed up with a 50 here against Guyana. But since, few low totals, and that 36 against the Pride was easy before he was eventually worked out. He'll want to finish well.
That's a no ball. Niall Smith, it's not the first time. Remember a couple of games ago here, bowl at least about 3 or so no balls in the game. Big no balls as well. This one is big as well. Have his problems throughout this season with bowling no balls. And usually when this starts, it's hard for him to come back from. Sort of lose his way whenever he starts to bowl no balls and wides. Sort of lose concentration. It's a free hit.
Don't think it was the area in which he intended to score in, but nonetheless, they'll take the result. Boundary. Runs are flowing.
Maybe just a shot that Webster wanted to get off. Spanked over cover. Not where he really wanted it to go, but it's taking the outside half of the bat. Sliced over extra cover. 4 runs at the end of the day.
Imlach has some thinking to do for that next over. Must take wickets, Guyana, to have any chance. 14 without loss. Will be Rutherford continuing. Change of angle now around the wicket, and he does have 2 deep fielders in the leg side, which is being changed now. Fine leg comes into the circle, deep third on the boundary, joining backward square. Majestic.
It's a brilliant shot. Sometimes there's no need to comment on these sort of shots. You just sit and admire elegance. And again, through the covers, sweetly timed. Imlach have some thinking to do here.
Yeah, it's just too much width on offer. Otley likes to play his shots in the first power play. Attack short bowling mainly, but a couple of gifts to start this over. Can see the mindset, the frame of mind that he's in is positive. Now a field change. No fielder deep on the leg side, 2 deep on the offside. Point, deep third. Surely Imlach may have to go to spin. They're running out of time, running out of runs here, Guyana.
We may see Kevin Sinclair being introduced pretty soon. Probably a good Kishmoti. Skipper Tevin Imlach has his work cut out here because he needs to take wickets. So we'll probably see a bit of chop and change in this first power play.
The team analysts would have been feeding Imlach the information, especially on Otley in terms of matchups. 3 games against Guyana in the last 2 seasons. All 3 games he's been dismissed against the left-arm spinners. Twice Moti, once Pramal. What is he waiting for? This is their best bowler. For a long time he's been there. He's a West Indies spinner in all 3 formats. Have to give yourself a chance. Only 83 runs to get now.
And the best way of giving yourself that chance, Nikhil, is to bring on your best bowler. Also one of your most economical bowlers as well throughout the tournament, Kevin Sinclair and Gurukish Moti. They usually bowl well in partnerships. So you need to give yourself some chance here.
Back up.
The intent has been good, though, from the Red Force. Important that they haven't just sat back and waited. 24 without loss.
Look at that in front here. Watch. Come. Let's make the ball in now.
Well ahead of where they need to be, the Red Force. Asking rate is below 2 runs and over. Yeah, I thought it was imminent. Something needed to change. They need wickets. Kevin Sinclair's had a great tournament. Ball in hand, couple of 40s with bat. Can he make a difference? It's 14 wickets, 7 against the left-handers, 7 against the right-handers.
While Kevin Sinclair is really good with the ball this season, haven't really picked up much wickets against the Red Force. So that's something that we have to take into consideration as well. So what the Guyana Harpy Eagles can try is hope that he can keep it really tight this end and Gudakesh Monty from the other end pick up most of the wickets. Whatever they do, they have to do it quickly, because they're running out of runs. They're running out of time.
Nothing. Nice. Keep going, bud.
Also, if TNT should go on to win this game, that will be their 20th Super 50 finals. They have been the most successful white ball team in the Caribbean, and they're showing that today. Clinical performance with the ball, a bit on and off in the field. They'd want to correct that.
It's a tight start from Sinclair, this. Just one from Sinclair's first over, 25 for none. Well on their way, the Red Force, to making yet another final in this competition. Asked about Gudakesh Monty, will be left arm spin versus Sami Pramal, who captained the team majority of the tournament. Had a good tournament as well, wicket in every game. And did dismiss Otley earlier this season. So maybe Imlap is hoping for a repeat of history.
Come catching, Savers, come catching. Golaji.
On the back foot, straight away, Pramal strikes. Could that be the start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles?
That's what they wanted. Sami Pramal. Good decision, I would say. Looks good from here. T.N. Webster is gone for 10. Score is now 25 for 1.
Stay behind.
Skipper Darren Bravo comes to the middle after his best list day total, 139 here a couple days ago against the Barbados Pride. Commanding innings from him. This is why he's here.
Ledge, watch that team.
Sammy Palmal. No doubts in Gustard's mind there. Good decision. Could this be the turnaround for the Guyana Harpy Eagles? They would want to start flying now, Nikhil, if they have any chance of winning this game.
A bit of discussion because different proposition now. You've got two left-handers at the crease. Bravo has been well adept over the years against the left-arm spin. Ball coming back into him, so that will need to be very precise with his field setting. May see a few more of those deliveries that we just saw from Pramod. The arm ball
Watch, no savers.
going across Bravo.
Sinky, I'm catching.
Got slip in place and a pat offside. Catching field at extra cover. Mid off, deep cover, point, deep third, short third, sorry.
Nothing. Nice, 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 nice.
Something we have seen over the tournament. Bravo getting off. Lovely swing of the bat through the covers. There you see it again. They've been getting off the mark all season with that shot. That's a play in form, the confidence that he has.
Both times the arm ball to start to Bravo. Now he's making another change. Given those two in strokes from Bravo and his intent,
Just in front of square or
he sent long off back to the boundary. So long off, long on are the only two fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
we're ledge. Go ledge, go ledge.
Mouth waters at the prospect of maybe having 200 on the board. Given this bowling lineup and the amount of spin they have, can bowl to left and right-handers.
So far, Palmal is just going across.
Excellent, excellent.
The left-hander. Feel that he has as well. Showing definitely that's his plan.
Catch!
Chance just out of the reach. It was too short by Pramod. Hetmeyer was in though with an opportunity. Boundary to end, 29 for 1.
Of his caliber in form, he would not miss out. That's a good shot.
So more spin. Spin from both ends for Guyana. Kevin Sinclair and Virasamy Parmal alongside Gudakesh Moti have been their most dangerous bowlers this season. There is a bit of grip out there, a little bit of turn. We saw when Guyana were batting, wasn't turn initially really for Narine, Keel or same, but as the ball got older, cut pretty hard, but straight to backward point. As the ball got older, the ball did start to spin and bounce a little bit. Question is, should Guyana have started with spin? 24 without loss when the spin came on, and when you've only got 105 to defend, that's quite a large chunk of that. Ball he sent back. Lucky gets back.
Yeah, hello, Matt. Hello, everyone. I didn't mind too much starting with Niall Smith. He's an out-and-out fast bowler. He uses the new ball. But from the other end, opening with Sheffield Rutherford, in my respectful view, was not the best decision. Only 105 on the board. You're not thinking about bowling 50 overs. If this game is to go in your favor as a Guyana Harpy Eagles player, you have to bowl the opposition out. And to do that, you use your best bowlers up front. A lot has been said by the previous commentators with regard to that. 29 for 1.
Plenty of batting when you look down that list. Jason Mohammed, Nicholas Pooran, Yannick Carrier, Akil Hossain. Hines can hold a bat. Narine as well. We know that he can hit a long ball. So they've got to do something here. Something miraculous, Guyana. Maybe Richie Looknorth has the golden arm for them. Off-spinning all-rounder. Brought in for his debut in the previous game, the final group game. Out for a first ball duck with the bat. LBW Narine. Not the easiest bowler to face first up. Not the easiest batter to bowl at first up either in Bravo.
Yes, so an inauspicious start with the bat from Looknorth. Scored an unbeaten half-century in the GCB Senior Inter-County Tournament back in Guyana. Has been doing well.
Well fielded, but they ran straight away. Bravo just scuttling in.
Yeah, Richie Looknorth has been doing well in domestic cricket back home. He's a former Guyana youth player, represented Guyana at the youth level, so his first opportunity at the senior team. Will want to make an impact with the ball.
Going Spice.
There's no one out there. That's smartly played by Keon Otley. Bit of guile from him. Brings in 2 more runs.
Look, Smithy, come fine leg. Sorry.
Imla
Guys.
very keen to have the ball spinning away from the bat at the moment. That's why he's got the 2 off-spinners on. Taking Pamal off, despite the fact that he picked up a wicket with his first ball. That was the right-handed Webster, though.
Oh, nice save us. Got him. Nice save, Ray. Boy.
Won 15 out of the last 17 games, batters. Trinidad and Tobago and Lister cricket against Guyana. It's a big rivalry, isn't it? But it's in danger of being very one-sided of late in this format.
Yeah, what I'd hasten to add, Matt, with regard to that stat, just to add a little bit of parity, of those 2 wins, both of them have been at this venue. So the 2 wins out of the 17 have been at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't seem likely at the moment, but you never do know. 32 for 1.
TNT ahead of the game, both in terms of runs scored and wickets lost. 32 for 1, chasing down a paltry 105. 106 the target. Looks like it's going to be trial by spin for the next few overs at least. Kevin Sinclair, who's having a good tournament for Guyana. When he played international cricket, very talented off-spinning all-rounder.
Oh, nothing. Ball, sinky, ball.
What do you make of the pitch? On the whole, has it been a minefield? Has it been a 105 all-out pitch for you?
Yeah, I don't think it has been a 105 run pitch, but I am still disappointed with the surface itself. Devoid of any grass, has been a struggle for the batters generally throughout this tournament. I'd like to see a better playing surface that offers some assistance for the fast bowlers. We've seen dominance by the spinners. So these regional batters are being tested by spin, by the best we have in the region with regard to that. But when they elevate themselves to senior international level, it's a lot of fast bowlings in trickier conditions. And if they're not being tested at this level in those conditions, then they'll be ill-equipped to handle it when they go to the higher level. So I'd like to see, and we've been talking about this for years, an improvement in the quality of the pitches that would resuscitate the fast bowling in the region.
Oh, lovely ball.
The other point I'll make is because there is so much assistance for the spinners, it gives us a false sense of accomplishment. And when our spinners make it to the international level, and this is a general statement, they are found out. They aren't as effective.
Nothing. Done, lads, done.
Maiden over, 32 for 1.
Keep going, Spice. Keep going, Spice.
Second over for Richie Looknorth.
Oh, lovely Spice. Ball, Spice.
Been an accurate start by him. Just going back to that point, Bad, as you're making about the pitches needing to improve here. Even more so for the fact that Darren Sammy wants the side to play a much more attacking brand and the regions as well.
Oh, no.
That's why we've got those bonus points, but you have to have the pitches to be able to do that.
Yeah, I spoke earlier in the first innings about the personnel, but in addition to that, like you're rightly alluding to, the pitches have to support that type of brand. It's all well and good that you want to play attacking cricket, you want to be aggressive, but if the surfaces don't allow for that, you aren't going to achieve those objectives. As I mentioned, it's something that we've been belaboring for a long time, not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the region.
No.
If you want to attract spectators, you want to attract followers and younger players to the game, there has to be a certain quality of cricket that is being displayed. This is a semi-final. The Guyana Harpy Eagles dismissed for 105 in a semi-final. So it's not the best advert for the game in the region. These are meant to be our best players. We aren't playing in the World Cup. We don't have international players unavailable. A few of them have made themselves unavailable. But this is the best. And these are the guys and girls that they are meant to inspire. It's nice to see them here. I hope that many more could come tomorrow and the final. And just one run from the 10th. Power play 1 done, 33 for 1.
Guyana spinners have put the brakes on here. First 5 overs went for 25. The next 5, 8 for 1. Particularly the 2 off spinners, Sinclair and Looknorth. Sinclair's gone for 1 off 3 overs.
Oh, lovely.
And already there's just a bit of pressure being built up. Now we've spoken about it already, but you wonder if Sinclair, say, had opened the bowling from one end, they could have had that pressure on from ball 1. rather than wait 4 or 5 overs. There you go, just a little bit of grip there for him.
Yeah, because the surface allows for that sort of delivery to grip. Now, when you have so much assistance from these surfaces, you don't really have to work on any skill development.
Up and over. Nicely played. 1 bounce for Keon Otley. That relieves the pressure just a little bit.
Yeah, deliberate to hit that ball over the top. Just opens the face of the bat on contact to get it wide of the fielder, not long off. Very much in control. And you can see how he collapses that back leg and moves it across to the leg side so he can access the ball. Good technique. Yeah, but if you encounter flatter pitches and better pitches as you would at the international level, your skill level has to be so much greater. Those deliveries with the seam upright, undercutters, we've seen international spinners who have so many different trajectories and variations that make them successful.
This one's along the ground. Might have got half a hand on that cover, which prevents it going for 4. Hetmeyer cuts it off.
And so we just can't be giving our spinners in the region these types of surfaces where they can just roll their hands over and achieve levels of success. And then when they graduate and they encounter flat pitches, they don't know how to operate.
Oh, bowl, that's a moral victory to finish for Sinclair, but they don't need moral victories. They need wickets here. 39 for 1. Solid start by TNT Red Force. Was Puran due in at number 5. Look behind him there, Josh De Silva, Test wicket keeper. Left out the side. In fact, he can't get in the side for the last 2 or 3 games. That just shows you the depth that Trinidad and Tobago have with this side. Jaden Seals was out for a while. They just brought him back today. Got Kari Pierre in reserve if they want to play an extra spinner. It's going to be another left-arm spinner back in. Permol spinning into the dangerous left-handed Bravo, who heaves him straight and flat. Oh, great effort. Really good effort that by Moti. Did he get to this on the full? It would have been a spectacular catch.
Yeah, it was traveling, and it was traveling at a flat trajectory. Looking to take on the left-hand spinner immediately. Yeah, gets his hands to it. And to rub salt into the wounds, it goes for 4. It would have been a brilliant catch. Not to be.
That's short, hit very hard for 4. Shimron Hetmeyer only had about 10 yards to go, but such was the power on the shot. He couldn't stop it.
Yeah, mindful that he can't bowl too full, pulls down the length. And Darren Bravo has decided to take him on. So that's 8 runs in 2 balls, 2 fours to start the over. Lots of fielders moving in all different directions now. So the sweeper comes into the inner circle. Reinforcements on the leg side, deep mid-wicket.
Makes room and goes through the offside. That's a fantastic shot from Bravo. He created that width himself there. It was a very straight delivery. What a way to start the over.
And this is what you expect from Darren Bravo at this level. And once he's set and against spinners, whom he usually dominates, he's showing the full repertoire. Long on, deep backward square and through the offside. And they're quite confused now. They don't know where to place the fielders. Sweeper goes back out.
Oh, what's that come off? Bravo says pad. Shouldn't really do that, actually. Points to his pad. He wants more runs.
Come on, Bill. Come on, Bill.
He was aiming for another boundary. Fourth in a row. He clearly came off the pad.
Could have been more runs there. Toying with the field, Bravo, isn't he?
Working, Bill. Keep working.
Imlach following the ball. He's a young captain, just his second game in charge. Tossed up, left alone. 51 for 1. Two of the top run scorers in the competition at the crease, and Darren Bravo's gone back to the top of that list. Goes ahead of Justin Graves, 340 runs at an average of 85. A lot of those runs came in the last innings, 139 not out against Barbados.
Nothing save us. Done.
He's like a fine wine, isn't he, Darren Bravo? Seems to be aging very well.
He's already played in 7 Super 50 finals, Darren Bravo. If they win this game, he'll join Riyad Emirates as the only other player to play in 8 Super 50 finals. Already won 5. So if he gets to the final and he wins that, would be the only player to win 6 titles. Justin Graves, of course, will have an opportunity tomorrow to add to his tally and perhaps overtake Darren Bravo. But yeah, of late, he has shown glimpses of what he had shown when he first came on the scene. He was meant to be the next batter of international repute. A really good start to his test career. And there were many people who spoken so highly of him. He looked almost Lara-esque at times when he was batting. Hasn't really lived up to the expectations.
Man drops out to the cover point boundary. This is his 199th list day match, actually, Darren Bravo. So in theory, he could win the trophy in his 200th game, which would be a really memorable day for him. Got his highest list day score in the previous game, in his 198th game.
Keep going.
35 years old. Oh, right into the pitch hard by Sinclair.
We just saw the graphic with 2 of the top 3 leading run scorers, Darren Bravo and Utley. They also have the top 2 highest scores in the tournament, an unbeaten 139 in the last game for Darren Bravo. Utley has an unbeaten 134, 54 for 1.
No, wait. No, what? You are behind there. Need somebody over there.
54 for 1 after 13 overs, and you really should be a walk in the park for the Red Force. And now will be Richie Lucknoth back into the attack. 5 bowling options and still no Gudakesh Moti.
You're in Spice. Oh, lovely. Ball
Hello, Sir
Spice,
Curtly Ambrose. What do you make of things so far?
Hello, Nickel. All Trinidad and Tobago red force. From ball 1 up until this point, all red force. It has been a disappointing showing from the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Nothing. Spice ball.
When you're dismissed for 105 in the semi-finals, your chances of winning are very, very, very slim. It means you'll have to bowl the team out. And that is not looking all that possible at this time.
Go, man. Stay looking here, boys.
5 bowlers used so far.
Nothing, Richie. Done.
We haven't seen Gudakesh Moti, Nikhil. What's going on?
Yeah, and you say you want wickets. Moti's been their second most prolific wicket taker this season. He's warming up now, but I can't understand the rationale behind not going to him sooner. You've got 105 runs on the board, Sir Kirtley. Not only this season, last season, the season in front of that, when he took the most wickets in 2021. He's proven. And he's an all-format bowler for the West Indies.
Nothing. Good.
But Captain Tevin Imlat has decided against it. 55 for 1.
Sinky, hold. Moti.
After 14 overs, we'll finally see the introduction of Gudakesh Moti. And you think maybe Imlat was hesitant because you've got 2 left-handers at the crease, but Moti has shown in one-day international cricket that he can bowl to both right and left-handers. Look at the economy, 4 and over against left-handers. Did it well against India, against South Africa earlier this year. He's done both of them well, even in T20 cricket, so I can't understand the thinking. Anyways, enough of my rant. Here he is into the attack. Can he make a difference for the Harpy Eagles?
Oh, lovely.
The Red Force needs another 51 runs to win this first semi-final. It could be a situation of too little, too late in introducing Gudakesh Moti. Wickets were going to be the key.
Stay looking there, boys. Stay looking for a run out here, boys.
I think it's kind of late at this point in terms of introducing Gudakesh Moti into the attack. Considering you need to get wickets, and he's one of your wicket takers. Strange decision by Imlat, the skipper.
And on the other hand, credit to this pair in the middle, because yes, it's been slow going, but it's been exactly what's required. Otley has restrained himself. He usually is very quick in the power play. Strike rate has been hovering in the 90s all season, but he's recognized that just needs to spend time at the crease and they will win the game, certainly. They've tried a lot at him. He's been resolute. End of 15 overs, 57 for 1.
The yellow rice is juice. Take too much of the yellow rice.
going, man. Keep going.
The way things are looking, the Red Force should be marching into another final, led by Darren Bravo. Richie Lucknoth, the off-spinner, continuing. Only 2 fielders outside the circle, so that is meat and drink for Darren Bravo.
He's in good form. Darren Bravo, the skipper. Overpitched that time from Lucknoth. And was hit away, flew extra cover for 4. And quickly prompt a change in field.
We've got an extra fielder in that offside. Just struggling to find a way that they break this partnership, at Imlach wins this game from here. 45 runs with 9 wickets in hand. Inside out this time, and will get to the boundary even with long off. Classic Bravo.
Flighted delivery, but then again a little bit too full, and the kind of form that Darren Bravo is in, he wasn't going to miss out. Various time he put all on the long off boundary, only had a few yards to his right to go, but couldn't stop that.
This will be a couple more. It's never going to be easy for Richie Lucknoth. First time ever bowling in professional cricket with a mountain to climb for his team, and against 2 very experienced left-handers who have been in the runs this season, both centurions.
What do you think is the rationale behind that? I'm still trying to understand it.
More in the next over. 67 for 1. .39 runs, not off 34 deliveries, but 34 overs. You're seeing correctly. I want to transition so currently into Darren Bravo. The way him and Keon Otley have battled, but also batted in this tournament, has been admirable. Bravo with that 100 in the last game. He's right up there in terms of the most runs. Averaged 48 last season with 3 half-centuries. Now a season later, he's followed it up with the most runs so currently, and England is around the corner in December. Is he in the conversation for selection in your books?
Of course he is. If part of the criteria is about performances in this competition, then of course he got to be in the conversation. He has scored the most runs so far. He's been consistent. So according to the criteria, of course he's in the conversation.
Now, Sir Curtly Ambrose is a legend of West Indies cricket. If he had the selector's cap on, in Sir Curtly Ambrose's book and criteria, would Darren Bravo be selected for that squad against England?
Why not? Like I said, Nikhil, it's all about performances in this competition. So he's definitely in the runnings.
or nicked. That was an opportunity. Almost put the curse on Bravo, but he moves into the 30s and has a smile on his face. 672 for 1. Desmond Haynes, right of screen. President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Conde Riley, left of screen. Speaking of selection, Desmond Haynes will have his work cut out for him for that England series. Now, seen a lot of spin, hasn't worked for the Harpy Eagles, so Imlat has gone back to Niall Smith. Well, none for 11 in those first two. Good to see Desmond Haynes here, former teammate of Sir Curtly Ambrose. Caused many teams strife over the years. One with bat, one with ball.
Desmond Haynes, lead selector, former teammate, captained me in a few test matches as well. Solid opening partner with Gordon Greenwich for many, many years. Probably one of the best opening pair ever to have played this game. Now, he's got a big job at hand. I reckon it must have been easier for him to be a batsman than a selector.
There seems to be an issue with the side screen. That's what the hold up in play is about. Now it's been rectified. Should only be one. And just now that we have the time, Sir Curtly, on Desmond Haynes and the task that he had at hand now with the West Indies not being in the World Cup or the next Champions Trophy, how does he and Roland Butcher and their team go about building for that 2027 World Cup?
It's going to be very important that they start the rebuilding process now and plan for the next 4 years, which is so, so important. And now is the time. We're not in the Champions League as well. Maybe one or two changes. We may see one or two changes in selections, but nothing too drastic, because we got 4 years to plan. So we definitely need to make sure we get the right combination, try different players, so we can get the right combination to build for the next 4 years. That is going to be key. Drastic changes, not going to work.
Yeah, there's been impressive young talent in the tournament. Both CCC and the Academy missed out on qualification, but they were the two youngest teams in the tournament and had a lot of positives. Maybe a few personnel within those 211s that can feature in the future for the West Indies. Someone like Naeem Young has got 12 wickets and a half century in the tournament. Teddy Bishop over 250 runs, and there have been others.
Oh, well, very, very sloppy cricket on the part of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. No one was backing up. Pamal was the one supposed to be backing up. He didn't. Was there a chance of a run out? Moti was the fielder. There was no chance, but you should be backing up. And that's like rubbing salt into the wounds of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
That look says it all. Been that type of tournament, that type of campaign for this Harpy Eagles side. I'll have to go back to the drawing board. And Bravo just seems to be grimacing when he's running between the wickets. We'll look at that development in the next over. 79 for 1. Six options used for the Harpy Eagles. Only Versami Pramod able to get the wicket. Moti. Just building on the discussion in the last over security, well, we've identified that there's a need to invest in the young talent for that 2027 World Cup. Who have you seen in this competition that has really stood out to you? Anyone has caught your eye that can feature for the West Indies? Long hop, misses length badly. Good occasion, Moti. This has been very good from Keon Otley.
Too short, too flat, too fast. And was swatted away behind square for 4. The Harpy Eagles are on the brink of being defeated. You did mention a few names from the CCC and the academy team. Guys like a Teddy Bishop and Naim Young. You got guys like Kevin Wickham. You know, these guys are young cricketers.
Very fast, very flat, and wicket. Gudakesh Moti has always been in the wickets for the Harpy Eagles and breaks the partnership.
A quicker delivery. Right on the boot. And that is a good decision by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. No issues whatsoever. No doubt in his mind. Keon Otley's gone for 35. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 83 for 2.
Time for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Go down. Why is the take a touch? Come.
It's Christmas time. The West Indies versus England series is coming up. The West Indies are home for Christmas for the first time in a while. 3 one-day internationals, 5 T20 internationals. First 2 one-day internationals in Antigua, then we move to Barbados, Grenada and Trinidad. Tickets are available via the West Indies ticket service brought to you by MasterCard. And you can save online at tickets.windiescricket.com up to 20% when you buy early and online. Don't miss your chance. It's been all the Red Force to start. A few exquisite drives, power and class from Keon Otley. And the Harpy Eagles have had very few answers.
They've managed to snuff out 2 wickets, but it's a case of too little, too late. It's always going to be difficult to defend 105 against a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team that is loaded with batting. Only 23 needed now. And to get back to the discussion we had earlier, Nickel, you got guys like Akeem O'Geist and Jordan Johnson and these young players who are good prospects for the future. But you know, I can't leave this conversation without calling a few quickies. We've been calling a lot of batsmen, right? You got guys like Johan Lane and Kelvin Pittman and McKenny Clark and all these guys. So you know, there are a few young, good cricketers around. Once we can keep them together. So the future, the talent is there. The future can be better. It's going to be close. Well.
Pooran's come to the crease. End of 19 overs, 85 for 2.
Watch, Jeffrey, Ulangan. Yeah.
This is where we are at the moment. The Guyana Harpy Eagles all out for 105 in 34.3 overs. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force cruising quite nicely. They are 85 for 2 after 19 overs. And in sight of a finals berth for 2023.
Captain has gone back to Sinclair because he's had a knack this season for dismissing set batters. Think back to Alec Athenaeus when he was on 75. Sinclair got him out. Rodman Powell. Roston Chase.
Ready!
Oh, another mix-up. Bravo and Pooran have only been together for 2 deliveries and already almost have been run out both times.
No need to take chances. He's smiling, Darren Bravo, the skipper. But with 21 runs needed, Nickel, don't need to take chances.
Keep going, boys.
And to Sinclair's credit, the Harpy Eagles are going to go out of this tournament, but he's one who, you talk about the future, as someone that is not a huge turner of the ball, so currently, the way he's bowled, even the right-handers this season, who many may not back him in that matchup with the ball spinning back in. Roston Chase, Rodman Powell, De Silva, all who got starts, some got 50s, and he dismissed them. He's very adept at using the angles of the crease and subtle variations to prize them out. He's very disciplined as well, stump to stump. And his batting has come on drastically. 2 scores of 40. He's even been elevated to the top of the order. So he's one that's been in and around the West Indies white ball side that maybe you can build around. acrobatic in the field as well.
He's got some good qualities about him as a spinner. He may not spin the ball that much, but from my little experience as a spin bowler, you only want to get one ball to turn, and that will put doubt in the batter's mind. That's what it's all about.
Nothing.
Good over for St. Clair on his return, and a bit of aggression as well. And more runs. Quite sloppy. Yes, you want to be aggressive, but no real need for that because he spoils what was a good over. Now it goes for 3. 88 for 2.
Both openers being dismissed. Otley for 35, Webster for 10. Darren Bravo continuing from that clash a couple of days ago where he scored that masterful century, leading his charges once again, unbeaten on 39 at the moment. Impressive from the Red Force, isn't it, Kesrick Williams?
Really impressive, Badri. And how fitting would it be that Bravo take them home? Skipper in form. Looks in full control as well. Really marshal his troop throughout this tournament. Just looking at this Red Force team now, with the addition of Nicholas Puran, who scored the second most runs last year, you would think that's a very good move.
Yeah, I mentioned in that game against the last game that they played in Trinidad Tobago Red Force, that it was really pleasing to see Nicholas Puran in the Super 50 tournament. And with that series against England on the horizon, absolutely smashed in the air, but fielder settles under it really high and taken. Sinclair completes the catch. Seems to be smiling on his way off. Nicholas Puran looking to finish the game in a hurry, but not to be.
Gudakesh Moti again in the wickets. Nicholas Puran, bit more height than distance. Sinclair, comfortable catch in the end. Nicholas Puran is gone for 3. Score is now 89 for 3.
Jason Mohammed, the new batter for the Red Force. Yeah, Nicholas Puran trying to take on Gudakesh Moti, but pulled his length back. Got good connection, but very high and not enough distance. Sinclair takes a relatively simple catch in the deep. Very well judged. So Moti belatedly introduced into the attack picks up another 2 for 14 from 3.5. Another decision by Tevin Imlach that is a little bit questionable. The late introduction of someone of the quality of Gudakesh Moti. 2 slips. Plum, that's out. That's got to be out. Yes, it is. Umpire raises the finger. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Gudakesh Moti is an absolute star.
Really well bowled by him. You might want to ask Badri, why was he introduced earlier? And he's telling you why. Not a difficult decision at all for Reefer. Jason Mohammed is gone without scoring. It's now 89 for 4.
It doesn't seem as though he was altogether prepared to come out to the middle. Yannick Carrier. 2 wickets falling in consecutive deliveries sometimes can catch you by surprise. Now, this is the reason why he's here. Quicker, flatter, on target. Absolutely no doubt there for the umpire. Gudakesh Moti was celebrating. Didn't even turn around to appeals. That was the end of the over, so Kevin Sinclair's on, Darren Bravo is on strike. We saw not too long ago in the Cricket World Cup, Angelo Matthews being dismissed timeout. Caused quite a bit of a stir in that tournament. Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. Luckily, we don't have that issue here. Carrier is all set at the non-strikers end. Now, when you thought that the Red Force were cruising along to victory, they've encountered a little bit of a hurdle. They were 83 for 1, and then 83 for 2, 89 for 3, 89 for 4.
Oh, lovely CP ball. Nothing.
Sinclair just coming from wide of the crease and just angling them into Bravo, not looking for any sort of turn at all off the wicket. Bravo just finishing off with a single off the last ball. That's the end of the over. It's now 90 for 4. Gudakesh Moti. How good is he? Picking up 2 wickets in that over. Samuel Badji mentioned just slowing up that one to Nicholas Pran, and then the quicker one. Jason Mohammed playing around his front pads. Really well bowled by Gudakesh Moti. The fans at home in Guyana would be wondering why wasn't he introduced earlier. Gudakesh 4 overs, 14 runs, 3 wickets.
Two wickets in his final 2 deliveries in his last over, Gudakesh Moti, which means that he's on a hat-trick first delivery over this, the new over. He'll be bowling to the very well set Darren Bravo. That he has a leg slip and a slip in position. Hat-trick ball. He tried to hit that one through the cover region, inside portion of the bat. what could have been is what the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be thinking had they gotten a few more runs on the board. Quick single, good response. And a very disappointing batting effort from them saw them dismissed for 105. Red Force 91 for 4. Had they gotten to 175, 200, Kesrick Williams, this game would have been on.
Definitely, it would have been a very interesting game with Gida Kishmoti in now, bowling the way he's bowling now. But it makes you wonder if the approach of Trinidad would have been different if the total was a bit more. Gida Kishmoti, what a star he is for the Harpy Eagles. His white ball cricket game is just developing, it's just growing, getting so better. Took 5 for 17 already in the tournament against Barbados. And we know how good he is in the T20 format. So his cricket is growing. Every single game he has played in this tournament looks like he's getting better and better. And that will only do good for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, Yannick Carrier would have very good memories against this opposition earlier in the tournament. Picked up a 5-wicket haul against them and an unbeaten half-century. Whenever you have that type of a performance against a team, your confidence is boosted. Picked up 2 wickets when he bowled very first delivery of his spell, got a wicket, and then got another to make him the leading wicket taker in this tournament once again. 18 scalps for Yannick Carrier. I mentioned earlier, only one of 4 players to have the double of 150 plus runs and 15 plus wickets. Bravo wants the single, Carrier doesn't in the end. All's well that ends well for the Red Force, 91 for 4.
Going Sinky.
15 runs required of 27 overs, no issues there. 6 wickets in hand as well, so very much in favor of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. What can the Harpy Eagles do?
Keep going, keep going.
Just having a look at Kevin Sinclair and his approach. He goes very wide of the crease for the left-hander. Doesn't put too much energy on the ball. It's something that I've spoken to him about previously, and he's been working on it. Did some work with Mahedi Hassan Miraz from Bangladesh. And when they were in Guyana, Bangladesh national team that was, with regard to his action and imparting more revs on the ball. A lot of times as spinners, we think about the end point, the release point, the fingers, but we neglect the feet and the torso, which also helps in creating that energy.
Oh, lovely Sinky, ball.
I like to see him try to get some more turn on a surface that is offering some assistance. He hasn't been able to get too much purchase from it. Most of his deliveries are just going on with the arm. One of the things that he has to work on is trying to get that rotation of the ball towards the slip.
Oh, nice.
And some more revs on it. 92 for 4. 14 of 26 overs. Moti to continue. Keswick, if you were in that Guyana Harpy Eagles team and you have to evaluate the performance of the squad this season, what would it be? What would you see? What will the positives, what were the negatives?
Well, first of all, I like the fact that he asked that question, because today I listened to you and you were speaking about the personnel that you have in a team to play that brand of cricket that you want. For example, the bonus system has been implemented this year, and the coach for West Indies is asking you to score at a certain rate in the first power play, but it's according to who you have in that first power play to score that runs for you. Should be 2. Easy 2. And a player like Shandapal, and they have used Anderson, they have used Sinclair, they have used Hemraj for the season in terms of opening. They haven't done that for you, because the rate in which he has been scoring with throughout the tournament, it's not really possible for him to get you that start that you need. Finish that over with a single. It's the end of the over. They'll take another one. This could be a trouble. Get this in the end. It's now 90. End of the over. It's now 95 for 4. We'll continue that after.
Keep going, boys. We are Simon Potomac catching the guys. He's going very hard there. Huh? Stop scared. You want to take it?
At the end of that last over, there was an overthrow. Yeah, just some fun between Darren Bravo and Shimon Admire. Good friends. They played the game in the right spirit throughout.
Nothing.
Keswick, you were talking about the Guyana Harpy Eagles and what they've done this season.
As I was mentioning, Samuel, they have struggled as well in the middle phase of the game a lot.
Nothing. Nice.
Last season, they were striking as a team at 82.9 or so. This year, they are striking at 70. That's a good shot by Yannick Carrier. Something that we have seen throughout the tournament. He has been in good form.
Yeah, just caressed through the offside and in the gap. 3 fielders, 4 fielders in a ring on the offside, and he's still able to find the gap. I don't think the angle is right for those fielders. They're in a sort of a straight line. They need to stagger themselves a little bit more to cut the angle. Brings up the 100.
Nothing. Ball. High.
So just 6 runs needed for another victory. A couple seasons ago, right here at this facility, Clinton Pestano picked up a hat-trick for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in a game that they eventually won. Lyndell Simmons, Pollard, and Dwayne Bravo were the 3 batters dismissed in 2018. They need something like that. They needed it a few overs ago, but they can still take it now.
How fitting would it be to Dwayne Bravo?
Catch!
Shoot mid-wicket error. They can get 2. Just settle for the 1. It's the end of the over. It's now 102 for 4.
Keep going, boys.
Darren Bravo is on 48, on the cusp of another half century in Super 50 cricket. Might have touched something, the pad perhaps, no wide signal. So it has to be that it touched the pad. Darren Bravo wasn't altogether convinced. There was an appeal though. So there must have been a noise. Yeah, just off the pad. Good umpiring. Wants two, will only get one. So he's on 49. Red Force need just a couple. Need 3 actually. So if Yannick Carrier hits a 4, he remains stranded on 49. Doesn't matter though. The win is important to get to the final. A slip and leg slip for Yannick Carrier. Long on comes to mid on, so just the one fielder out on the boundary. There's a chat between Bravo and Yannick Carrier, just perhaps mentioning the landmark that's on the horizon, or perhaps telling him to finish the game if the opportunity presents itself. Red Force taking their time with this one, and there's a round of applause for the dot ball. And another round of applause. So Bravo has an opportunity to not only hit the winning runs, but get his half century. 103 for 4. Yeah, the loyal Red Force supporters have been here from start to finish, and they must be well pleased by what they saw, at least from the Red Force anyway. Yeah, a few dots in succession now.
Darren Bravo. Support system that he has behind of him is really good. His brother, Dwayne Bravo, and his father. His father is always in the stand to watch him play. Must be a proud dad. That's punched down the gun, but well fielded there by Savory. Good work. He's not looking to get a single here, Badri. I think you want to just belt this across the boundary for 4 or 6.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the half century for Darren Bravo. That's the game for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces. 20th Super 50 half century. Only Shiv Chandrapal has more than Darren Bravo. And another final appearance for the Red Force. It will be their third in succession. And they've now won 16 of the last 18 matches against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Not as convincing perhaps as they wanted, but it is a win nonetheless. And they'll book their place right here on Saturday for the winner of semi-final 1. And they'll come up against the winner of that game tomorrow. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Barbados Pride. Darren Bravo leading his team once again with the bat, unbeaten, masterful century in the last game, unbeaten half century here today. What a performance from the Red Force.
Really impressive by the skipper. Darren Bravo, how good was he? Gurakesh Moti though, came on a little late, picking up 3 wickets. How good was he this tournament? Did a lot for the Harpy Eagles. Him and Sheriffin Rutherford. One of the reasons, or 2 of the reasons why the Eagle fly a little bit through the tournament. But these 2, how good were they throughout this tournament? 2 of the best performers in this tournament so far. Darren Bravo and Yannick Carrier. Really well played by them. Really well played by the Red Force. Have a little bit of work to do in terms of their feeling though, Badri. But how good were they today with the ball and the bat? Clinical performance.
Yeah, very clinical performance. Narine picked up another miserly as usual. Terence Hines with 4 wickets. And the bowlers really did the job for them. Almost mirrored the CPL final, where the Guyana Amazon Warriors dismissed the Knight Riders for 94 and cantered home. And this time it's Super 50 and it's the Red Force who prevails. Otley gave them a good start along with Webster. 25 for the first wicket. And Darren Bravo saw them home unbeaten on 53. And Jason Mohammed didn't get off the mark. The bowlers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, well, no surprises there. Gurakesh Moti, once again the standout bowler, has improved leaps and bounds in the last couple of years and has been a real wicket-taking threat. 3 for 20, no wicket for Pulmall, as the only other bowler with success for the Eagles. Summary of the game then, the Harpy Eagles being sent in by Darren Bravo earlier this afternoon, got 105 only. 105 bowled out in 34.3 overs. 2 batters getting into double figures, Rutherford and Chandrapal. Yannick Carrier picked up 2, which put him as the leading wicket taker now in this edition. Hines 4 for 15, taking all of the first 4 wickets to fall, and his best figures in Super 50 cricket. Narine and Hussain amongst the wicket. And for the Red Force with the bat, it was that man again, Darren Bravo, unbeaten on 53. The Red Force winning by 6 wickets and booking a spot in the final on Saturday. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with the end of match presentation. Do stay with us.
The Red Force have annihilated the Harpy Eagles in this first semi-final, skittled them out for just 105, and then knocked it off with 6 wickets in hand. The game lasted just over 62 overs, and it means they are through to the final here on Saturday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Who will they play? Well, tomorrow is the second semi-final. It's second against third. Leeward Islands take on Barbados, and we'll be right here once again. Let's have a look at the MasterCard priceless moment. Terence Hines was magnificent with the ball, magnificent with his hands as well. How about that for a caught and bowled? And such a big wicket as well. It was Shimron Hetmeyer. Hines, 4 wickets in the power play. That basically took out the Guyana top order. Is he going to be the player of the match? Let's get down to Nicoleton Chumdani.
Welcome to the post-match presentation for semi-final 1 in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Before we get started, we would like to thank our official sponsors of the series who has made this possible. CG United, the title sponsor, MasterCard, Dafabet, Blue Waters, and Visit Trinidad. First order of business is the CG United Player of the Match, and no surprises that it's presented by Nicole Narwani, the accounts executive at CG United, for his 4 for 15 in 4 overs, Terence Hines. And Terence, if you could just have a word with us. First career list A 4-wicket haul, just describe the emotion.
Emotions is unbelievable right now, especially getting it in a semi-final like this. Pretty good.
You only bowled 6 overs to this point in that first 10 overs. What was the discussion with the captain? Why were you given the ball then? What changed today?
I believe we were getting a little bit off the wicket, so to continue the pace. So that's why Shannon ended up coming off the field as well, so just picking up the mantle.
You mentioned Shannon Gabriel, Jaden Seals, the other seamers. You played every game this season. What's the support been like from your bowling group?
Magnificent, magnificent. As I said before, we play as a family. We bounce over each other's success, so it was magnificent.
I can't let you leave without talking about your celebration, Terence, because there's been a lot of debate in and around the cricket. What is it about? Just describe it for us.
Well, my first celebration is for my mom, my sister. They passed away COVID time, so and my next one is just where I come from, how I grew.
Excited for the final?
Of course.
Look forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, thanks, man.
That was Terence Hines, today's CG United Player of the Match. We'll now ask Tevin Imlach, captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tevin, hard luck today and for the tournament. Assess the competition for me.
Yeah, it was just, we didn't do as well as we wanted to with the bat. Today was an insight into that. We keep, giving our wickets away, and once you keep doing that, you're always going to put the team under pressure. So we didn't bat well as a group, and it's something we need to assess, for the next tournament and moving forward as batters.
In terms of that bowling innings, Gudakesh Moti picked up 3 late, but he didn't come into the attack until the 15th over. What was the insight into that decision?
Yeah, we're looking more at matchups. Obviously, they have a lot of left-handers, so we want to use the off-spinners against them. But, sometimes it happens, looking at the matchup, it didn't work, but, yeah.
And then in terms of positives, Kevin St. Clair, both bat and ball. Just talk us about his development in the tournament.
Yeah, he's been excellent over a number of years, especially in the last 2 years he's been coming on with the ball and with the bat. And, it's excellent to see a young player doing so well.
You reached the semi-finals. Where do you go from here with the 4-day season beginning of next year?
Yeah, obviously going to reassess. Our batters haven't been doing so well in this tournament, but hopefully they can come on. And we always say, you learn a lot more from failure. So we're going to take this one on the chin and look to move forward. See, we have a lot of young players in a rebuilding phase. Haven't lost a lot of our senior players, so it's important that the young players learn and learn fast.
All right, Tevin, see you soon. All the best.
Cheers, thanks.
Tevin Imlach, losing captain today. We'll now invite the winning captain, Darren Bravo, who's the captain of the Red Force. Darren, this is becoming a habit. How happy are you with the overall team performance?
I'm extremely happy, to be quite honest. I thought we played an exceptional game of cricket today.
Tell me about Terence Hines, who was the player of the match. We talked a lot about your spinners this season. What does Hines provide for that bowling attack that's unique?
He's someone that basically get the ball to move around a bit, but having said that, Shannon went off the field. And actually we wanted Shannon to bowl another over, and I thought we could add something in it and rely on Hines. We know he can move around the ball and stuff like that. So I think today was his day, and he was extremely exceptional.
There were a few missed opportunities, some catches, some missed runouts. You're going into the final. How do you keep that intensity within the group?
Yeah, it's important to stay positive. We have been playing extremely good cricket so far. Probably one game away before lifting the trophy, but we don't want to basically go into that game overconfident. We are quietly confident that we can go all the way. So it's important for us to stay positive and continue supporting each other as much as possible.
I must ask about your personal performance. Another 50, most runs in the tournament. Where's your batting at right now? How are you feeling? And just how excited are you for what the future holds?
It's all good, man. I'm just trying to take responsibility as the captain and trying to lead from front each and every single time when I get an opportunity.
Leewards or Barbados in that final. I know you're not going to tell me who you're preferring to play, but what's going to be the most important thing for your team to do in order to get you and the team another championship?
Just take it like any other game. It's important for us to stay grounded, and we just need to plan well and just focus on our game plan and try to execute as much as possible.
A word on the supporters that are still here that came out today?
I'm extremely happy that they came out. Hopefully for the final there'll be a bigger crowd and we can give them something to smile about.
Really well done.
Cheers.
So, who can stop the red force? Well, it's going to be either the Leeward Islands Hurricanes or the Barbados Pride. What an interesting matchup that is. The Hurricanes won during the group stage. They've got a fantastic bowling attack. And Barbados, of course, full of seasoned internationals. We'll be back here at the same time, 12:45 local. 1 o'clock will be the first ball at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But today it's all about TNT. They're through to a third successive final.
One better, Larry.
Jay, stay off a bit, right? Come off a bit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Catch it! Come off, good! Thank you. Yes, man! Catch it! Come off, good! Thank you. Yes, man! Catch it! Come off, good! Thank you. Yes, man! Thank you. Yes, man! Catch it! Oh. Yeah. Come on. Ah. Ah!